this up here. Start today and start tomorrow. Good morning, rise and shine. Hold your hands together. We are one and unified. Good morning. Oh, they told me I gotta stop being personal. They told me I gotta be like more robotic. Let me stop. Let me just be less personal. Talk less about your life. Just be a robot. That's what they told me to do. So I gotta do less. I'm a PR agent now. More bland, monotone. All right, let me put it here. All right, give me 1 second. Good morning, by the way. Welcome, everybody. I love you. Oh, that'd be too nice. Don't say nice things. Good morning, everybody. Hi, welcome back. I'm gonna finish. I just gotta get it. I gotta actually put some clothes on. So I'll be right back. I took a quick shower. I took a little nap when I got back. I was up really late last night because there was multiple chases that didn't happen, and they were like, the chopper's there, we're on our way, we're getting there, we're and canceled, called off. Cops called it off like multiple times, so almost like 2 something in the morning. It was just nonstop fake pumping last night. But anyway, I was kind of up messing around with the computer a little bit, kind of organizing things, making things a little bit simpler for me just on the back end of streaming. I took CBD last night, man. He didn't do nothing. I don't know what happened. I don't know. iCkEdMeL, did you see the monkey? What monkey? Did something happen? Is there something crazy in the news? I've had a lot of different mixed feelings about this story. I should go get ready, but I don't know. A lot of mixed feelings about this story. With a lot of people feeling sympathetic. But then there's some people that feel some kind of way. Well, somebody this morning said the kid was a brat or something like that. But maybe it's his circumstances, his upbringing. There was somebody else in the live stream yesterday that she messing on the computer, took a shower. There was somebody else yesterday too. When I showed the room that he had, she was a little upset because she's like, he has a bigger room than me. I was like, damn. And she was like that, something about people being entitled or something. That whole thing with the room, I think it's more of the situation of, it is tight, it is small. But the thing is, like, let's say if this was a room that like didn't have this weirdo camera 24/7, I don't know. And he was allowed to go in and out. I mean, if he just had a little space, but the thing is, it's not like this is like a family struggling. They finally have money. But I don't know. I'm curious to see what the defense is going to say. The thing too with the prosecution, I just thought with the video, I mean, unfortunately, we don't get to see the video ourselves. They say there's hundreds of thousands of hours of video. So I'm sure they can show. I mean, that's what I would like to see. I mean, we're not going to be able to see it, but as a juror, all right, well, let me see the video. That's going to speak for itself. Was he locked in there like that for up to 18 hours a day? The other thing I want to know is, and I mentioned this yesterday, I want to know if they actually tried to get help. Now, when they were, I think when they were talking to Ronan, how's the audio sound, by the way? Is it good? Decent? All right, sound good. They had asked him about therapy, and he had said that he'd gone like once or twice or something in Florida. When they asked him about Arizona, he said he can't remember. So if that's true, that's not good. If they have proof, and maybe they can say the otherwise. Yeah, the peeing in the bucket thing, that's the thing right there. So if they have video of that too, not that I want to see that on stream, but, and even as a juror, but I'd still want to. Does that sound weird to make the case? Like, if to me that's like a done deal. Like if he's really having to pee and poop in a bucket, that's pretty, like, great. Okay, they're here. Let me make sure we can hear it before I just go. Wait, I don't think they're actually the audio is still not active. We do have PC audio though. Good morning. Good morning. I'm also gonna look up for that backup feed in case, which they might all be using the same. Well, maybe not. They might have different cameras, 2 different cameras, because that other media station, the only issue with them is that it keeps flickering green randomly. Let's see. Timothy it's not Ferriter or Ferriter. It's Ferriter. Murdoch. I was almost like the rich, weird, evil people. They always gotta like mix up the English language. I guess you could just is that a thing? You could just make up your name. I mean, I know you can make you get your name, but you could just make up the pronunciation. Like when I'm born, if I just want to say whatever it is, I can just say that's what it is, and then everybody in society just has to oblige. They have to refer to me as the pronunciation that I made up. I think that's not. It's like a narcissist, ain't it? Or no? Or maybe I'm just maybe I don't know. I can't read, so I don't know. Let me play another video in the background real quick just to make sure audio is good.
Started with 100 jurors, and nearly half of them had been dismissed when court ended early Friday afternoon. The judge's questions to
I have an uncle too right now that like they're trying to get him for jury duty, and he's like fighting the thing. He really doesn't want to go, and I was like, I thought it was pretty interesting when I went. I had a good time, but I'm like, they're probably not even going to pick you. Well, I had mostly a good time. It was a really interesting case, but it was a month long, and after a while, I started getting really tired. Almost fell asleep a few times. And I was just like forcing myself to stay up because I heard if you fall asleep, they kick you out. And I wanted to make sure I was a juror pick, because if I got kicked out at the end, like, oh, thanks for your service, they don't need you anymore, I would have been pissed. Sitting there all this time, and then he kicked me out. But he's like really trying to avoid the thing. All you have to do, I mean, the thing is, it does kind of take up the entire day, possibly. You're lucky if you get dismissed early in the day. Sometimes they'll hold you the entire day. But then once you do jury duty, they can't bother you for a couple of years, I think. Or normally they don't bother you for a couple of years. Murdoch. Alec. By the way, did you guys hear about Melly? So what? Okay, I think he's supposed to be getting another trial, but also now they're charging him with witness tampering.
There's a possibility, but I do need to know from the state when they
Let me bump the audio.
how long your videos are, because I can get some witnesses lined up for the defense case in chief. 2 of them are on Zoom, and frankly, having them later is easier because they're in Arizona.
I'll be right back.
Okay. So, but I need to know from the state.
Well, she told me yesterday that she expected to rest by the end of the day. So if the end of the day means 5 and that leaves another hour of testimony, then you could do those 2 witnesses.
So I will tell those witnesses to be available at 5 Eastern, which will be 3 or 2 years.
That's fine, but let me confirm with the jurors that they're available, because anytime I drop on them a change in the schedule, I always make sure that it's something they can accommodate. Okay? All right, so that's the plan then. All right.
I'm going to start with publishing some evidence this morning. So if we could just have the TV moved and then.
You need it moved up? Okay, all right, Mark, can you take care of that? And then when you're ready, you can bring the jurors out.
Just move your back.
I'll plug that and move back in.
Okay.
All right, for any folks that are on Zoom for the court's morning docket, the morning docket has concluded. So if you were here for an 8:30 hearing, your matter has now been concluded, so you can go ahead and sign off. If you're here for the trial in State versus Ferriter, you can remain logged in. But otherwise, if you're here for the morning hearings, you can go ahead and sign off. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. Yeah, 10th is, so hopefully everything is learned. He's whack. So that's all right, so all sides ready to proceed? All right, Mark, you may bring the jurors out and we can get started. All rise.
Your hearing.
All right, everyone may be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back this morning. I hope everyone had a good evening, rest, and had the opportunity to rest and relax. I want to bring, I told you at the beginning, if we had any issues with the scheduling, I would let you know at the earliest opportunity once I became aware of it. And unfortunately, I need to let you know that we are not running on schedule as we had planned. We are running a little bit behind. So I'm going to do a couple things to try to get us back on schedule. The plan today would be to go to 6 o'clock, but I won't do that on the day that you get here without making sure that all of you can stay to 6 today. And secondly, I would start tomorrow at 8:30 instead of 10 and go to 6 tomorrow. The idea being that that would create at least a reasonable possibility we would be done with the completion of the submission of the evidence. Unfortunately, that means that we probably will not get the closing arguments tomorrow, that we would not get the closing arguments at the earliest until Tuesday. I don't know if Monday is a holiday for all of you, but it's a holiday for the court, so we would not start back on Monday. We would start back on Tuesday. So the first question I have for you, is there anybody that has a logistical issue that you could not stay to 6 today? If you do, then we won't stay to 6. We'll end at 5 like we had planned. And I see someone, you have a problem staying to 6? All right, so I told you at the beginning, you people are the most important people in this courtroom, and I meant that. So if you've got a problem, I'm not going to inconvenience you at this point. We'll finish at the normal time that you expected at 5 today. How about having time to prepare for tomorrow? Any issue being here at 8:30 and going to 6 tomorrow to try to squeeze out as much time as we can? All right. So that I'm the bearer of the bad news for that. So let me tell you the other thing, that in terms of the closings, and there may be some submission of evidence, you need to plan for next week of being required to be here, I would say at least Tuesday and maybe Wednesday or Thursday, because I don't know how long deliberations are going to take. But what I do know is that under the current plan, the expectation would be that you would get the case sometime on Tuesday, and then you would start deliberations, and we never know how long deliberations are going to take. And the only thing I need to work out is whether I would be available on Wednesday or we would go Tuesday, Thursday of next week. And I won't know the answer to that until tomorrow. I'll let you know. So, but at a minimum, you need to kind of plan that you could be on call for me Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday of next week. And This is one of those unfortunate times where you fall into that 10% that run over the original estimate, but it happens. And I apologize that it's happened, but it's something that we have to deal with. And as I told you at the very beginning, once we start, we have to finish. So I do ask in advance for your understanding, and certainly don't hold it against anybody, one side or the other, because we are going over. You can hold it against me. I'm fine. I'm a big boy. You can hold it against me, but certainly don't hold it against either the state or the defendant in this case, okay? All right, everybody understand that? So we'll go to 5 today like the original schedule, and tomorrow we'll start at 8:30 and then go to 6, and you'll get your normal morning breaks, okay? All right? I know I'm not seeing any smile. Well, I am seeing one smile, so I appreciate that. Okay, so with that, is the state ready to continue? Anything else you want me to? Yeah. All right, so it was brought to my attention. I'm aware that one of our jurors has the flight leaving. When is the flight? Tuesday evening, so you'd be out Tuesday. So we will speak with you and address that. I mean, we knew it was a risk, and we didn't anticipate that it was a risk that was going to cause much of an issue, but we will address your situation at the appropriate time, and I'm not going to force you to change your plans, I can tell you that. It may alter how I handle coming back, but we'll deal with that. So don't fret or worry about that situation, okay? Unless you can tell me that your plans could be changed, and if you tell me that and it's not a big deal, then I would consider. But I'm not putting pressure on you to do that. Okay, so why don't you check on that and you'll let me know, and then at the appropriate time, we'll figure out what to do with your situation, okay? All right. Thank you for raising that with me, Ms. Coakley, because I was aware that was one issue we were going to have to deal with. All right, so at this point, all sides ready to continue with the trial this morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Murad, Mr. Waheed, you ready?
Yes, sir. I think that the state is.
All right, who's going to,
Your Honor, at this point, we're just going to be publishing State's Exhibit 17.
okay, all right, so the state is publishing Exhibit 17. This is a document that's already in evidence, and you're very familiar now with the publishing process. It's the process by which they display to you the items that have been put in the evidence. So,
Judge, before they do that, can I publish Event 4 and 7? Yes, right now.
any objection to that? All right, that'll be fine, Mr. Wade. And just to clarify, Mr. Wade, these are Exhibits 4 and 7 that were entered during the cross-examination of FF. Yeah. And while they're doing that, Ms. Coakley, just for purposes of the court managing the mid-morning break, how long are the publishing, if there's any one that's going to go 30 minutes or an hour, just give me some estimate so I can manage the breaks.
And just look at, the whole exhibit is longer. We're going to break that part it out and then part it later.
Okay, so I typically don't like to go more than an hour, hour and a half. So if it gets up to one of those stopping points, let me know and we'll take a break at the appropriate time.
All right, I'm back now. Good morning, guys. Wait, I'm not back. Okay. So, did I miss anything interesting? Are they arguing about the video footage? Is the audio too loud that you're hearing from the court, or is it okay? Is that like too much feedback? That's all right. Let me see. I can. the audio is not the best in the courtroom, so I have it boosted up.
Thank you, Mr. Waheed.
Thank you, Judge.
And Your Honor, just for record purposes, every video that we begin, I will be reading off the date for that video so it can be identified.
So that the record's clear.
Yes.
All right, I'll look to you to attend to that.
Okay, Your Honor.
All right.
So right now, the state will be publishing State's Exhibit 17, specifically January 6th, 2022.
And, okay, so jurors able to, the TV's close enough, you're able to see
Didn't miss
everything fine?
anything.
All right. You may proceed.
No, they're starting at 8:30 tomorrow for real, Wendy?
Good morning. Head to the bathroom. Can you come back?
Oh, gotcha. Ooh. This is the unfortunate thing about these videos that we can't see. So, I mean, we'll be able to hear, but those ring cameras, right? Y'all saw the video yesterday. I gotta post it on the backup channel. They only showed us a snippet of him installing the camera yesterday. I posted it on my Twitter as well. So tomorrow, 8:30 to 6, huh? 8:30 is, so we're doing a long day. They have been taking like a lot of breaks and a lot of pauses, and starting at 10 a.m. every day, which is like, for me, it's like, oh, nice. Start at 10 and end before 5, okay. But yeah, I guess so. Tomorrow we'll have a longer day. No idea what happened.
Get your clothes, let's go.
Oh.
Go. Ready? You ready? Can you replay? Yeah. Do we turn off your air during the day? We don't? Okay. Do you want to throw your blanket on there and make your bed nice? Are those dirty clothes? Okay. So put whatever you need to put in here. Put your dirty ones and dirty ones. bathroom.
That's the mother. For those that don't know.
Yeah. So this needs to be right here. Got it? Yep. Okay. Get back a little bit. Let's go, yeah, let's go, man. I'm thinking of you, okay?
I know. I hope it's not. What's up, Sherlock? How you doing? Good morning. I hope this is not the entire day for us.
Suppose you're doing homework on here, huh? The whole time, the last couple hours? Suppose homework, right? Any games? Are you blocking it so you can't try to be like on the camera? Are you doing that? Strategically? No. Let's go. Will you lie? Did you get in there? No. Let's go. Come back for liars.
Let's see.
Go, this stuff's out of here. Give me that.
Sorry. Cam, put that on pause, please.
Okay, so I heard something about homework. What did you guys see? I heard him say kind of, I guess, reprimanding him, but also saying something about covering up the camera. So, and if you guys missed it yesterday, I think today what I'm going to try to do, I was like really tired yesterday, but I'm going to try to, like, on the backup channel when I can, maybe for the days, just post some of the highlights You got video. That was yesterday. Just him. Oh, that's the only snippet we got to see, really, of video the entire trial. I guess because it's a minor. So let me turn on this light. You can see me a little bit better. You know, there's a lot of natural lighting in here. Oh, no problem, Stephanie. Yeah, I forgot the other day. I forgot to turn on. So there is. I have closed captions turned on my channel, but there's also closed captions on Law and Crime. So I don't know if it makes sense to have both on, but it's probably the same. I mean, I could turn off Law and Crime, or I'll just leave it. But you have the option though. You might not be able to read if you have the YouTube captions on and reading Law and Crime's captions. I don't know. The kid's testimony. So that was yesterday. I think I am gonna. I mean, I just thought about that now that maybe I should have clipped it and posted it. But it was, well, I mean, one of the biggest moments for me. I clipped it yesterday. I don't know where I put it. Let me see. This to me was kind of. Let's see if we have time for this. Which one was it? Let's try this one. Let's see.
And so the location of your bedroom in the Arizona house as it related to the garage was close to the garage. Yes. And so you could hear that physical abuse.
When we get a break, I'll do it. We'll talk about it more on the break.
All right, Ms. Black, you may proceed.
And Home Baker, you reminded me too that I'm supposed to be timestamping and stuff. At the end of the day, I should be going at least the big moments timestamping. There's a clip that I want to show you.
Now publishing January 7th, 2022.
What's up? Thank you, people on Facebook too. Thank you for coming through today. See West Life. Thank you for the 9 months. 9 months says 9 months. Mel Mafia. Oh, I kind of like that sound. Mel Mafia for life. Porkish Carletta. Thank you for the 4 months. Says Hey Mel in chat.
Morning. Good morning. Okay, let me get your clothes, here's your food. Get it going. Okay? Grab your clothes. It is dirty. Yes. Yeah. Eat, order, make the bed.
No problem, man. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. Charlotte, appreciate it. It's gonna be a short trial. I figured this would be good for me to get back into the mentality of like, streaming daily, consistently. We'll figure out what the next trial is. There's a lot of different things I want to do.
Where's your food? Give me your food. Roll that like the other ones. Say hi, Ryan. No, let's go. We're gonna go do it. No, it's wrong. He's gonna eat.
Okay, thank you.
Let's go.
Now publishing January 8th, 2022.
Attorney, you know, still whatever. We'll plug that in for you.
Oh, thank you, Karen. Thank you for sharing it out.
Thank you, Mama, for bringing me dinner. Yeah, I'm hungry. Yeah, that'll be great. Thank you.
Jody, morning. I know, come on lunch, right? They would it's just all we guess this the entire morning. Oh man. one of the defense was trying
Now
to find it.
publishing January 9th, 2022.
Good morning. Here, here's your food. I'm gonna grab some clothes for church and make your bed. I think you're going to the bathroom right now. So let's take the clothes. Anything else? No, I guess you did. That's good. Okay, alright. You didn't start eating, and then a couple minutes after you're done, we'll come get you.
I know there's no context, there's no like explanation. Oh man.
Alright, let's go brush your teeth. Dirty stuff.
That's the thing, child. Like, yeah, they're not showing the videos. It's, I guess, because it's a minor, you know, and he's still a minor. But yeah, it makes it hard for people that are just like us watching on the internet because there's no context. There's no really nothing. Maybe after they'll break it down. We only really got to hear like one kind of somewhat clear audio about homework, and so far that's been it. Because I feel like even with the Letitia Stout trial, which involved the minor, we got to see more things like interviews with the parent, or with the parents, phone conversations, body. We even got to see body cam, I think, right, with Letitia. I guess that what I heard the judge did is like an overall can't see nothing.
My cars, you're gonna have no cars for bath time.
Come on, Bears. Come on. No, come on, maybe later.
Hey, here's the folks. Go, we're gonna do bath time now. Get your cars from your room.
Okay, man. You gotta go. No.
Here, let's go. Hurry. Oh, no. You have no cars. You have no cars. Oh, no. Let's go. Let's go. Here goes Mary. Here goes Fiona. We're gonna have no cars then. No, no cars. Lights are gonna be turned off in a second. Wait, let's go.
Right here.
Let's go, Pierce. Let's go. Go get your cars.
You're gonna sit here. I want to see the screen from the camera. Don't block it. Don't try to be tricky. Okay. You need a chair?
Yes.
Where's the priest? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, there was some priest there the other day. Jody. Yeah. Glenda on Facebook said she acts like she's seeing how to set up her own defense. She should not be allowed in there. And she better be taking notes because she's next. Mark, what's up? Good morning. YouTube. Good morning, morning. Man, I'm a little kind of like a little bummed that we don't get to see anything. Hopefully, this is not the entire day today. We'll get something today.
A Holocaust. You have to make something? No, I have to just. You have to watch it? No, I have to like move the thing.
To the RN? How the rotten they were to R. Ronan? Yeah. Better be taking notes. Can't believe it, isn't it?
What are we doing on the Chromebook? To what? What's the bowling hat on it? What's all this stuff? Huh? So what were you just doing? Huh? Step aside. Were you doing anything you shouldn't have done? No. Playing any games? No. Sure? Yeah. Go ahead, sit there.
me out. What were you doing?
I was walking back in.
So you've not been in the thing the whole time?
No, I closed Chrome and it kicked me out.
Why did you close Chrome?
Because I'm closing out stuff.
What stuff?
All the things I clicked about.
You can waste my time, but I have to search stuff. I'll find it, school will find it, or I'll eventually spend time to find it, but I don't want to waste my time searching what you've already been doing. If you're doing anything you shouldn't have done.
No. Calling constant stuff.
Huh?
Calling constant, man.
What were you doing on it tonight?
It's personal. That's my thinking.
You're supposed to do that?
Well, it's loud. Everyone that can have it.
I think it's loud.
It's allowed. Like, it's not restricted.
Okay. Who must have to win?
US history teacher.
Hello.
What? Because I was trying to get back to the portal.
You don't click on something by accident. By accident. You're very deliberate when you do it. So what I can do is bring this to your IT cripple tomorrow at school, because it says suspicious activity reporting app. I'll let them know that something's happening there with this. Should I do that?
No, that I pressed. When you go to the new tab, I pressed SPBC bookmarks at the top, and it led me there. And then I realized it was the wrong thing, so I clicked on the other one, the portal.
Automatically routes your tip report appropriately. Fix this one.
Man. I forgot what does. I think it's this one. I know. It's gonna be a rough day. Oof. All right, we'll see, man. Hopefully, it's a little better. Hopefully, man.
He said he was done with his homework, but he was still on his computer because it's something to do.
What were you searching?
This customization thing.
What?
Customization thing.
You're supposed to be doing it on your Chromebook?
Restricted, does that mean you should take $10?
You know.
Right.
So you finished all your homework?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, alright, take the Chromebook then. Take it. So you say you're searching customization?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why don't you go to the bathroom real quick? I'll walk with him.
Did you get, hey Tim, did you, is the email open? Is the school email open?
Anything else, Jordan? Did you turn the air on for him?
I did, yes.
Okay.
There, I'll give him a minute.
Yeah.
There you go. Sleeping any better? A little bit?
Yeah, I don't.
You can tell.
Okay. I'll see tonight, but I don't think I'm sleeping that much better.
That's a lesson, right?
Yeah.
All right, good night.
You turned the light on? Okay, there, yeah.
Man, we're gonna have to figure something out when these times happen. I'm gonna go put the lemon plant outside to get some more sun.
Now publishing January 10th, 2022.
Let's go.
Did I miss anything? Yeah, the separate trials for mom and dad. I was telling them on Facebook that I think they have a bigger case on the father.
You should make your bed.
Ms. Black, are we at a stopping off point for a 10-minute break? Let's pause it. Let me go ahead and take a 10-minute break now.
This is brutal. If this is the entire day, this is brutal.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's 20 after. We've been going about an hour. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll start back up 11:30.
Y si tú quieres. So.
All right, everyone may be seated. Court will be in recess until 11:30.
All right, so man, today so far nothing. Nothing. Yesterday, the son testified Ronin, and it was pretty good. I don't know why. I thought there would have been more questions and stuff. I was actually surprised how on both sides, you know, you would think like a witness like that, or maybe because it's an underage person, maybe they're not going to keep pressing and pressing and pressing. Maybe that's why, but I just thought that there would be kind of more with the questioning. Let me see if I can pull up some of this stuff. I was supposed to make, and I didn't do it. I was supposed to make a little, somewhat of a highlight thing for yesterday, and I posted on the highlights channel, but I didn't. I don't even think I should try to do this now. I'm just going to play the clip from the sun. One of the big moments, and I talked about this yesterday, was, is it this here?
And so the location.
Let me turn off the audio. The audio's already loud. Let's see.
Of your bedroom in the Arizona house as it related to the garage was close to the garage.
Yes.
And so you could hear the physical abuse when it was happening there.
Yes.
And did you in fact see an instance where he was pressed up against a wall?
Yes.
Okay. Were his feet on the ground?
So this is the daughter, the adopted daughter, Fiona, testifying. This is just from the other day. I might try to put something together. So for the people that missed it on the highlight channel, make sure you subscribe to my clips channel, which the next chase that happens, I'm probably going to do it from the clip channel, because I had a conversation with Mo yesterday and we were talking about that. Like sometimes when we have issues on the main channel during a trial and the connection cuts, I'll have to start up a new stream. So I want to make sure I have extra notifications during trials on this channel. See, this is the daughter.
When that happened?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did that incident scare you?
Yes.
What were you worried about?
That he was grabbing too tight and that something worse than just hurt might happen.
Okay, can you just say that a little louder?
She needs to restate
Something
that.
worse would happen than just the grabbing.
Okay, worse like how?
Jury hear that? All right, stop. Let's have her restate that answer so the jury can hear it.
So what were you worried worse would happen?
Objection.
Overruled.
I was worried that one day, that he might
Objection.
Overruled.
What?
that he would accidentally kill.
She said that I was worried that my father would actually accidentally kill my brother. If I were to say the things to watch, if you go back, I'll try to timestamp something, maybe at the end of the day. And the only thing I'm going to do is, because I was telling a friend of mine earlier today, she says she's kind of listening in and out. I'll just timestamp the things I'm like, okay, you should see, watch this, watch that. That testimony, that was from day one. The sister, yesterday was Ronan. That was important. And today, so far, we just got white noise.
We say that question again?
Let me play this with the VLC. Having issues with the Windows Media Player.
We say that question again?
Sure. Do you think it's hard to think of good memories when everyone around you has a bad image of
And this was the son yesterday, Ronan, that testified.
Tim and Tracy in their mind?
I can easily recall the good times, but not. I don't have a bad image of Tim and Tracy. They just made a mistake. They were just acting out of frantic surprise of my actions. They weren't. I believe that they weren't trying to do any harm.
Yeah.
I believe that people should recognize that was a mistake and forgive them and move on.
So to me, that was a huge moment yesterday. If you missed Ronan's thing, so today at the end of the stream, when I have some time after I have the baby settled, I'm gonna timestamp. I have a playlist, by the way, if you don't know. I haven't made one for Facebook, a playlist yet. I even forgot how to do that. I'll see if I can do that. But I have a playlist on YouTube. Today I'll try to go and just put some timestamps of the main things. The opening statements on day one, Fiona testifying, which is the adopted sister from China. Those are the two things. You could pretty much just watch the highlights of what I'm talking about, the timestamps, and you'd be able to get through it pretty quick. And then, yesterday, Ronan testifying. That was good. Those are the main things to watch, I think. And Ronan, the prosecution came up. They were talking about his life. Seems like a pretty smart, articulate kid. Troubled kid. Seemed like he had quite a bit of issues in school. There was this whole thing about, they were talking about that. They said he brought a box cutter to school. But then, they came and clarified, the prosecution came on the rebuttal and said that it wasn't, that it was like a scalpel, which to me doesn't sound any better, but that he wasn't doing it to actually hurt anybody. He was just bringing it in to show, I guess, kids that it's a cool tool. There's another thing too about him going into class and embarrassing his sister. There was this really interesting video that I played yesterday. So what I wanted to do with relation to that, I think this weekend we should watch the pretrial. It's about an hour long, something like that. And this was like, I don't know if Mandy's in the chat. Was this like months ago or a year ago? They're arguing to the judge, or I think with each other, the attorneys, to try to present certain bits of evidence. And there's a lot of things that came up in conversation. And something about that, he said that like the Holocaust was good, and some other thing about all immigrants are drug dealers. And I don't know if he was doing that to be edgy or whatever he was trying to do with that. When he walked into the classroom, he walked into his sister's classroom and had told the teacher that he had something to say and that he got permission to announce it. I don't know what he announced. I'm wondering if it was the Holocaust thing or was it something directed to his sister. I'm not even sure. He said it was from a toolbox, that scalpel thing. Hoke said it's like they try to recreate a jail at their house. Yeah. I mean, you heard that. What Ronan said. And it's like some people were saying they think, well, maybe it's what do they call that thing again? When you're relate with your abuser. I don't know why I can't think of it right now. I can't think of it for some reason. I see it in my head, I think, but I don't know what it's called. He asked if the Holocaust was a good thing. He didn't say it was a good thing. Oh, okay, well, the article that I read that we showed on video yesterday, they said that's what he said. And the other thing that came out yesterday too, I guess he had an experiment. Oh, there you go. Stockholm syndrome. He had an experiment with his, I guess, 4-year-old sibling where he offered the baby beer, which kind of drove me nuts yesterday. But today's Thursday. I didn't realize that. Okay. But people in the chat were like, well, he just offered the baby. He didn't give it to the baby. It seemed kind of, I guess, I don't know. It was really, really weird. I'm like, what the hell? So I don't know. There's definitely a lot there going on. I think that the pre-trial will have a lot of interesting information that probably didn't make it to this trial. Let's see if I can find something about. I wonder if I can find that video from yesterday. This one. The teenage son described to jurors in detail how he was held against his will in an enclosure that had been built for him in the garage of their Egret Landing home, exiled from the rest of his siblings, unable to leave at the decree of his parents. I slept in an 8x8 room in a garage. The boy, who is now in 10th grade, testified, explaining how his father hired a contractor to build it in December 2021. And how did you know that? Assistant State Attorney Brianna asked him. Because I was kept in their closet and I overheard, which that was a big thing too yesterday. He said that he was kept in their closet because I was kept in their closet and I overheard the conversation of them having to build it. Ferriter's son described how he had some carpeting to cover the concrete flooring in the enclosure, was a desk, a twin bed. It was just a mattress on the floor, he said. There was also an air conditioning unit in the room, which he wasn't allowed to turn on or off or adjust. Would you get in trouble if you touched the air conditioner at all? He said yes. There was also a light. It had a light, but it was controlled from the outside. So we saw that too. They had a light on the outside of the room, so he could not turn on or turn off the light. Special K, why don't you comment more, especially during these periods? I mean, that's what I'm doing now. I'm talking with you guys and reading articles and commenting. I'm not gonna like over talk during the trial. I mean, it doesn't make any sense if they're talking at the same time. Let me see here. Then it says, was it like in the room when the lights were off? Coakley said it was pitch black. He said you couldn't see anything. There was also no bathroom in the room. Verday's son said it had a bucket for my urine and feces, but that was basically it. And he also described it as being dehumanizing, being locked in there. Oh, hell no. Jojo said, I used to have sips of my father's rum bottle when I was little. I'm just fine. Oh, shit. Well, they had that thing too with babies that some of the island people, when a baby's teething, they put some rum in their mouth. Like they put rum on their finger and they put it in the baby's mouth. And I played the clip yesterday too, the constructor. At the end of this live stream yesterday, maybe I could just pull up the end of the live stream from yesterday. Let me see. For the people that missed that. Oh, look, here's the backup stream too. That's good. The backup stream in case. Instructor. No, that's today. Oops. Yesterday. Here it is. Wait. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is.
Is a box which is 8 by 8 foot, like a room, and no window, only a door, and then it started to get weird.
A CBS 12 News exclusive tonight. The contractor hired by a Jupiter family accused of caging their teenage son in a box inside their garage. Now sharing his story, and Liz, some never before seen pictures as well.
Jim Jacques Benaim tells CBS 12 News he agreed to build that 7-foot tall 8 by 8 structure back in December, which was pitched to him as a home office by the family. He quoted the family $3,000 for the 2-day project. Benaim tells CBS 12 News it wasn't until the project was nearly done that he received several odd requests from Timothy Ferriter, the teen's adoptive father. CBS 12's Stephanie Valderrama spoke exclusively with the contractor. She joins us with the story you'll see only on CBS 12 News. Stephanie. Jim Liz.
Folks said a 4-year-old doesn't drink beer. Well, yeah, it seemed like people were giving that a pass. Well, you know, kids being kids.
He tells me those requests didn't quite make sense for a home office, and he just couldn't shake the feeling something wrong was going on here. The next morning, he called.
Oh, they're back already. That was a really good clip. I'll probably clip that from yesterday too, to post on the backup channel.
Photos with their cell phones or electronics in the courtroom, that is expressly and specifically prohibited unless you are a member of the press. It's been pre-authorized to either video. These proceedings are to take still photography through our publicity coordinator. Anybody else is not authorized to be using their electronics in the courtroom unless you are an attorney or involved in either the state's legal team or the defense's legal team. Anybody else should turn your electronics off at this point, because I can't have anybody violating the rules and taking photographs or audio recordings of these proceedings when they've already been expressly advised prior to this that they shouldn't be doing that. So that's the court's ruling. Unless you, again, are a member of the either state or the defense legal team, or an attorney, or a member of the press that's already been pre-authorized to take video or still photographs, everyone else should have your electronics turned off at this point. Ms. Black, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, sir. I did want to address one issue when we were at sidebar about the timing on the videos. it came to my attention that the timing is in the UTC time. So in the later hours, when it's 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, or 8 o'clock, it converts because it's 5 hours ahead.
So it's still correct?
Yes.
So you'll deal with that in closing arguments and explain it if that's something that needs to be explained. But you concur with that explanation, Mr. Wahid?
I do know that that's the explanation, but
You don't know?
I don't know that the state would, yes, I agree with that.
Okay, all right. So if that's something that either side wants to address in closing arguments, you can do it. It doesn't sound to me like it's a problem with the evidence per se, and it's not even a problem that it's not representing what it purports to represent. It sounds like to me now you just have to explain to them that it's the UTC time. All right, so all sides ready to continue?
Yeah, just for the record, it shows UTC and Eastern time. So it shows UTC and Eastern time. It shows both on the screen.
All right, and for those individuals that just walked in prior to my last announcement, you're supposed to, I made an announcement that unless you're an attorney, member of the press, or a member of either the state or the defense's legal team, all electronics are to be turned off at this point because I've been advised of instances of people taking photographs with their phones. And so because of that, I'm going to now have to invoke the rule that nobody have their electronics on except for the people that I've authorized. All right, so with that, everybody ready for the jury to be brought back out? All right, Mark, you may bring them out.
And this could be an all-day thing. I really hope not. Bottom line. This article has a really good summary of the two testimonies that took place from the son and the daughter. They were also asking him yesterday about like, the meals that he would have for school, the breakfast that what did they say? PB, peanut butter and bananas, which I heard some people say that's not enough. Some people say that's delicious, blah, blah, blah.
I mean, everyone may be seated.
The lunch that...
Ms. Black, you may proceed with the continued publishing.
Seemed pretty standard.
Just for the record, the state is still publishing State's Exhibit 17, and we are on January 10th, 2022.
And Ms. Black, just let them know about the UTC time. I think now's an appropriate time to let them know so they can process it contemporaneous to seeing it.
So before every snapshot, there is what's the UTC time, which is 5 hours ahead of what the Eastern time is. So on the bottom, you will see the Eastern time. And then on top, you may see that it may be ahead a day, but that's just because of the timing. This is the time zone. This is still the same day.
Okay. All right. You may continue then.
So try to get your socks, get your clothes. Just go through there? Yeah. You're doing work in here, so you can't go in there. So just grab your stuff and go out the car. Where are your shoes? They're over by the shop. Okay, I'll go get them. Save you in there. This is dirty. Okay, go from the garage. Back in my car? Yeah, let's go to the car. I'll come with you. I'm gonna just get Mary and I'll be right there. Okay. Let me get Mary, okay? I'll come with you.
I'll see what's up. Good morning.
Can you put that on pause, Ms. Black? Let me have counsel approach, please.
So, I don't know if after... So is that ring expert guy still on there, I guess, to stand? I guess, or maybe they just have him sitting in the crowd, because that's what happened yesterday. Oh, he was not really a ring expert. He was a police officer. They sent the search warrant for the video. So I guess he's just there. And they said there's a whole bunch of video. I mean, obviously, they're not going to go through all of it because they're trying to be done with this trial. I mean, the prosecution was trying to arrest by Thursday. Today's Thursday. Things are running behind. Then they said Friday, but now they're saying, which, by the way, there's no trial Monday because of Columbus Day. They said Tuesday, hopefully, I guess the latest, these people will be done. The defense said, I think they're going to need 2 days. The judge said he can't. He said that he might not be available on Wednesday. So, like, next week, they might only be able to do Tuesday, Thursday. I don't even know about Friday. I don't know, bro. what's the point of the videos? Brandy says, I guess they're showing Ronan living in this.
All right, let me continue with the
8x8 to show the jury the conditions, I guess. He's still sequestered for testimony. You guys, if you're at home, might as well just lay down. Put the white noise. Some people fall asleep to the white noise. Lay down, just relax. I'd be on the couch if they wouldn't cancel me. I'd be on the
Take
couch.
this thing to the next level. Let's do it. Let's do it in Florida too. Let's do it in Florida too. Let's go.
That was interesting.
goes very long, right? Yeah. Okay. Both of those. The line taking it back. Yeah. Back. 30? 30. You're still using those wipes for your face? I don't know where they are. Did I do that?
This time that concludes January 10th. At this time, the state would pause on this and like to call a witness.
Okay.
Oh, call a witness. Okay.
Call Dr. Wayne Myer.
Okay.
Did it say Dr. Wayne Myer, I think? That was right. Painful 2 hours. We got like 2 or 3 1-minute snippets out of 2 hours, maybe. That was it. Lord Almighty. Faraday, he works for he sold his company, I think, to he works like in medical equipment. And he sold it, I think some big company, Abbott, I think they acquired it. He has a lot of money. Tiene mucho dinero, man.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Coakley, you may begin at your convenience.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Wade Cooper Myers, MD.
What's your occupation?
I'm a psychiatrist, and I am also a child psychiatrist and a forensic psychiatrist, and I'm a professor of psychiatry at Brown University in Rhode Island.
Now, you mentioned that you're a medical doctor.
Yes.
Take us a little bit through your educational background.
I went to undergraduate college at Stetson University in DeLand, Florida, and I got a degree in biology. Then I went to medical school at Temple University in Philadelphia, where I got my MD degree. Then I went to University of Florida. Well, actually, before that, I did 1 year of general surgery at University of South Florida in Tampa, and then I switched over to psychiatry training, and I went to University of Florida in Gainesville, where I did a general psychiatry residency to become a psychiatrist, and then I did extra training in child and adolescent psychiatry, which was a 2-year fellowship there as well. And also I did a 1-year training program in forensic psychiatry, also at University of Florida.
What's the difference between general psychiatry and forensic psychiatry? Like, what is forensic psychiatry?
General psychiatry is more involved in the diagnosis and treatment of mental disorders. Forensic psychiatry is helping out the legal system in any way in which mental illness and the law may come together. So it could be criminal matters like the insanity defense. It could be child custody cases. It could be malpractice cases where you would opine on someone's medical care or psychiatric care of a patient. It's a broad array of things in forensic psychiatry.
Sir, can you pull the mic up a little closer to you, please?
Yes.
After you finished your fellowship at the University of Florida, and are you licensed in Florida?
I am, yes.
And what about Rhode Island?
Yes, I'm also licensed in Rhode Island.
Now, you mentioned that you're currently a professor at Brown University. What did you do in between that fellowship at the University of Florida and then going to Brown?
I was on the faculty at University of Florida for, I'm going to say about 15 years, 10 or 15 years, where I became a associate professor. Then I went to the University of South Florida, and I went there really to start a forensic psychiatry fellowship program, which we did. I was there at the University of South Florida for about 5 years. I was a professor there. And then for the last 14 years, I've been at Brown University, also where I was recruited to go up and to build a forensic psychiatry program.
Do you treat patients?
I do, yes.
And you said that one of your areas is child psychiatry. So are predominantly your patients children?
Yes, most of my patients are children. I also treat adults with a variety of mental conditions.
Now, as a professor, are you involved in teaching in the areas that we talk about?
I am, yes.
Tell us what you, broadly, what that means you do as far as the teaching responsibilities.
I give some lectures to students more in a lecture format, but a lot of my teaching is clinical instruction. And for instance, we have forensic psychiatry fellows who come and work with our faculty for a year in a training program. They become trained in forensic psychiatry. So they'll do cases with us, different types of cases. And then also we give them seminars every week, as well as they'll go to a law school class for a semester one afternoon a week. We participate in that as well with them.
So sorry to interrupt. Do you do any academic research or publish in areas of child psychiatry or forensic psychiatry?
Yes, I have regularly been involved in research during my career.
And peer-reviewed scientific publications, that's what we're talking about?
Yes.
Now, as part of your work, do you also sometimes get involved to give an expert opinion in legal cases?
I do, yes.
Does that include in criminal cases?
It does.
Have you testified here in Palm Beach County before on criminal cases?
Yes, I have. I believe on at least several occasions.
And is that true in other places around the country as well?
Yes.
And so you have offered your expert opinion on topics involving psychiatry in places around the country. Is that accurate?
Yes, that is.
Now, did I reach out to you in this case to see if you could assist us in providing an expert opinion?
Yes, you did.
And did you agree to be involved and to review some of the items in this case?
Yes.
As part of that, did you review the witness statements that were given by the Ronan Ferriter and his sister, Fiona Ferriter?
Yes, I did.
And did you also have the opportunity to review their depositions?
Yes.
What about police reports? Did you have the opportunity to review some of the police reports and forensic evaluations done of the children in this case?
I did.
Did you also have the opportunity to review some of the videos that were captured from the Ring camera in this case?
I did, yes. I believe I reviewed in the neighborhood of 40 videos.
Now, did you also review some school records related to the child in this case, as well as some prior treatment records by other providers?
Yes, I did.
Now, I want to, based on your review of all of the documentation in this case, of the documentation that you reviewed in this case, were you able to reach a professional opinion as to whether or not the treatment that Ronan Ferriter received from his parents in this case was harmful?
Yes, I did. I felt it was severely harmful and very psychologically damaging to Ronan.
And why is that?
It was a long-standing pattern of harsh, cruel, and demeaning actions toward this child, as well as close to 3 years of essentially solitary confinement when he was not in school, as well as really sadistic punishments while he was locked away in the room. For instance, withholding meals if he misbehaved, taking his one book away as punishment, which is the one thing he had to do in the room towards the end, turning the lights out to punishment as punishment. And in fact, he talked about being afraid of the dark. And when the lights would go off when he was being punished, he would pull the sheet over his head and really feel terror.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not this type of treatment of a child by the parents is malicious?
It's malicious, it's cruel, there's really...
Overall.
You can go ahead. Do you have an opinion as to whether or not this type of treatment is malicious?
Yes, my opinion is it's malicious, it's cruel. I can't think of any other way to describe it more accurately.
Now, even in cases where this punishment may be in response to maybe a negative or unwanted behavior of a child, is that change at all your opinion? If the child did something wrong and then the parent, this is how they are punishing them, does that change your opinion on whether or not this type of action by the defendants is malicious and cruel?
No, there's no set of circumstances concerning a child's behavior that would justify this sort of really torturous behavior.
Would this type of behavior as punishment or as a punitive measure, or would it result in a positive behavior modification by the child?
No, if I was asked that in a theoretical way, I would predict this sort of behavior to cause the child's reactions, the behavior, their psychological state to deteriorate even further.
And what kind of behaviors might you see as a result of that, hypothetically, in a child who is subjected to this type of behavior, this type of treatment?
It could go in a whole lot of directions that we see in children who are abused, children psychologically, emotionally abused, neglected. But it can go from depression to anxiety to self-injury, where they maybe even start cutting themselves, to trying to commit suicide, to aggression, to headbanging, to problems with peers, problems with concentration, nightmares, sleep disturbances. The list is very long in abused children, how different children will manifest the signs of abuse.
Could it result in an increase of the type of behavior that is that the parent considers bad or inappropriate?
Yes, it can cause the child to have a more irritable mood. They can become aggressive with their peers. They can become aggressive with family members. Yes, they can they may often will try to run away.
Now, is there any justification or possibility of a positive result from this type of punishment of a child, this type of treatment?
No.
Now, what can you tell us about the type of psychological impact this type of treatment can have?
Again, it's a long list, but do you want me to kind of focus more
broadly
on Ronan, or?
I want you to say broadly first, and then we'll talk more specifically.
So it can have, in general, it can cause more internalizing symptoms where the child will become depressed or withdrawn or isolating of themselves from others, or it can go the other way, externalizing, where they might start acting out, running away, being aggressive. It can affect their schoolwork, where they can't concentrate, their grades start going down. It can cause a lot of problems with them being able to interact positively and in a good way socially with their peers. They may have problems on the playground. They may have problems with even just following the general rules of the school, whatever that might be.
Now, concentrating on kind of some of the videos that you were able to see of his reactions in the room. Anything about that you think was indicative of a psychological impact on the victim while he's in the room?
Well, yes, it's consistent with a child who has post-traumatic stress disorder. There was when the parent, his father, would come in the room and approach him, he would stiffen up, he would lower his head, you could barely hear his speech when he did talk, and he seemed to be in a very high state of fear. But that tenseness, as though the adrenaline's flowing, and he's afraid of another abusive episode occurring or being harmed, or he said he was even afraid of being killed.
Now, this type of treatment of a child, can it stunt their intellectual growth?
Yes, it can.
Can it stunt their psychological growth?
It can, yes.
Is there a reasonable likelihood when a person engages in this type of behavior towards a child that there is going to be psychological injury or mental injury as a result?
You said, is there
a likelihood?
Yes, there is a substantial likelihood.
Now, in this case, did you see, based on the evidence that you were able to review, is there a pattern of isolation of the child?
Yes, it's he for nearly 3 years was isolated in the cell for the better part of each day. As far as hours, it sounds like when he wasn't at school, let's say he's at school for 8 hours, he's then in the box for 14, 16 hours a day.
Now,
on a daily basis, so a very much established pattern.
Did you, and I think you say isolation, is it fair to say that there is also a pattern of confinement here of the child?
Yes, they're essentially one and the same in this case, it would seem.
Were you able to observe a pattern of a deprivation of the child?
Yes, there was emotional deprivation, there was physical deprivation, there was intellectual or cognitive deprivation where he wasn't really provided much in the way of anything to stimulate his mind or to entertain himself. I mean,
is isolation, confinement, and deprivation considered an acceptable way to punish a child?
No, it's not. It would be counter-therapeutic to disciplining a child. But we're not talking about a 5-year-old who might have a temper tantrum and you want to give them a timeout for 5 minutes in their room. I mean, that's something. Timeouts are an accepted form of discipline.
So does it make a difference, in your opinion, the duration of the isolation, confinement, and duration and deprivation?
Oh, it's a huge difference. Sure, if it's a short duration for younger children, it can be appropriate. But again, I'm talking in terms of minutes, not hours. But in terms of doing it every day, day after day, for most of the day, there's just no comparison to, say, a short timeout with a younger child.
And even just looking at the time frame that happened in Florida, those 5 to 6 weeks, that amount of time frame, is that harmful?
Yes, undoubtedly it would be for about any child, I'm sure.
Now, would you consider, or would it be correct to characterize what the treatment that he was subjected to as solitary confinement?
Yes.
Is solitary confinement within the psychological and psychiatric and medical community, is that something that is considered appropriate for a child?
No, and in fact, years ago, the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, which I'm a member of, came out with a statement strongly arguing against children, even in juvenile detention centers, having solitary confinement because it's detrimental psychological impacts.
Is it considered damaging to brain development of a child?
It is, yes. That's another aspect of it, is that it can cause literally changes to one's brain structure.
Now, even within the setting of a criminal justice system where it might be part of a child subjected to that in the criminal justice system, is it acceptable for them to be in long-term solitary confinement?
No, it is not.
Even in those circumstances of a criminal justice system, is a child, when confined to a cell, given access to water and facilities to relieve themselves?
Well, yes, it would be very different. There's a bed in the room. There's a toilet. There's a sink where they always have access to water, so they wouldn't be subject to dehydration. For instance, there's officers where they can always call out to somebody if they need something. There's lighting. It would never be pitch black in a juvenile detention center. So they would not be subjected to that sort of sensory deprivation of being in a totally dark room for hours at a time. And they're served meals. There wouldn't be any holding back of meals as some sort of punishment for a child into the detention center.
Now, discussing the isolation specifically, is there a detrimental impact to a child to be socially and physically isolated the way that Ronan Ferriter was from the rest of the family?
I'm sorry.
Is there a negative impact associated with the social and physical isolation?
Well, that's part of the trauma of this, is that he's kept from having a normal family environment where he comes out and is socializing with his peers and spending time with his parents and doing things together and having fun and just having a normal family experience. He's segregated as soon as he gets home, and the children all know he's in the box, but it's giving him the message that you're not valued, you're unloved. You're not important. You're not part of this family. Where you're being rejected.
Is it sending a message that he fundamentally is bad?
Yes, and that you're right, and that you're bad. You're not able to be part of this family because you're bad.
Now, during the course of reviewing the evidence in this case, did you become aware of whether or not his confinement in the structure in the garage was absolute? Was it at all times?
With infrequent exceptions, yes. I mean, he did occasionally have some after-school activities, as I understand, more so I think in Arizona than when he got to Florida, where he might be allowed to run track or do some track at school.
And he went to school.
Yes.
You saw that. And there were, did you find that there were some also infrequent examples of when he was allowed to interact with the family?
Yes, he went to, for instance, siblings softball practices. They did go out to, I think they went out to dinner a few times.
Does the isolation and confinement and deprivation, does it have to be absolute, like at all times, in order for it to be harmful?
No, it doesn't. No.
In reaching your opinion that the conduct that this defendant engaged in towards his son was harmful and was malicious and cruel, did you take into consideration the fact that there were occasions where he wasn't in the room?
I did, yes.
Now, I want to talk...
It's the totality of it, that he's literally, for 3 years, spending most of his life, the majority of it, in solitary confinement with very little stimulation and interaction when he is in there. Now,
I want to talk for a second about sensory deprivation, which I think you mentioned. What is sensory deprivation?
It's a lack of any kind of external stimuli, really, that is so important to adolescent development, like being able to go out and play with your peers or your friends after school, or ride a bike around the neighborhood, or throw a baseball, or come out and eat dinner with your family, or have some things to play with, like a computer or an iPad, or games or Legos, or something to do to occupy your mind.
Now, what kind of impact can that type of sensory deprivation have?
Well, in extreme cases, children can literally become psychotic and lose contact with reality, but it very predictably causes severe psychological problems, again, like depression, or repetitive behaviors like self-injury or self-stimulation behaviors, that somehow you start doing things to stimulate yourself because you need something to occupy your mind after a while when you're in a locked room with nothing to do, hour after hour after hour.
Now, what about being in the dark? How does that impact someone? I mean, is that bad?
In general, it would be frightening for, I believe, any child to be locked in a room and have the lights totally turned out. But even more so when that happens and you know you're going to be in that room with little or no ability to contact anybody if something bad happens. I mean, you can't even come out and use the bathroom. You have to find your way to a bucket in a dark room and I guess it's in the corner, and try to figure out how to go to the bathroom in the dark in a bucket. And then you're going to be with that bucket for the remainder of the night, depending on what time you use the bucket.
Is that type of forced sensory deprivation, being forced to sit in the dark and have no control over the lights, is that harmful?
Yes, it's a form of psychological trauma. It's really a form of torture to do that to a child.
Now, you mentioned the bucket. I want to talk a little bit about that. What kind of impact, or how can that be perceived by a child who is forced to use that as a way in which to relieve themselves?
It's mean, it's degrading, it's unsanitary, it's extremely unpleasant to, at least, to have to be in the room and then locked in a room with your own excrement with no way to do anything about it.
Now, can being subject to that kind of humiliating and degrading lifestyle impact cause a psychological injury to a child?
Psychological what?
Injury.
Yes, it definitely can. It's psychological abuse is the simplest way to put it, and it's also really a form of medical neglect because of the unsanitary aspects of it.
Now, would you say, or do you have an opinion as to whether or not these specific factors are cruel, demeaning, and injurious? I think you already said that for the having to use the facilities in a bucket. What about giving little stimulation or limiting the stimulation of the child?
That's another form of psychological abuse when you limit an adolescent's abilities and access to intellectual or academic stimulation when they're at home.
What about
you're really stunting their brain development and their intellectual development?
What about in situations, or what about when there is extreme control or lack of access to food, where their access to food or snacks is extremely limited or controlled by someone other than the child?
So adolescence is a time when you're supposed to be developing increasing independence and increasing ability to take care of yourselves, including food choices and learning to feed yourself and prepare foods. And this is the opposite of what we see with Ronan, who gets fed separate from the family, and he gets fed typically leftovers. He gets the same breakfast about every morning. It looks like a banana and a piece of bread with some peanut butter smeared on it. So it's really ongoing, another example of the psychological abuse.
Ms. Coakley, before you proceed, let me have counsel sidebar. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, it's lunchtime, 12:30. We're going to break for lunch for an hour. Be back outside the elevators at what time, Mark? 25 after? Is that sufficient for you? 25 after 1, and he'll bring you to the jury room, and we'll shoot for 1:30 sharp start time. Remember the same instruction I've given you every day. Don't talk with anybody about the case. Don't do any research or investigation or anything like that. Other than that, have a good lunch.
Is it better? Is it better?
Yeah.
So I was listening while I stepped away. I had to do some things here real quick in the house before I forgot. But so that testimony was good. I thought it was pretty good. I'm really curious to see what the defense is going to have to bring. Maybe I should put something here like break or something, right? Lunch break.
Good as time as any for you to give me a little bit better flavor of the potential Richardson issue that I'm going to have to address.
Yeah, I don't even know fully what she said yet, because I have that.
So you need some time to look at it and then give me a more coherent explanation as to what you think you want to do. Right. All right. So I'll punt right now. I won't do anything. But I am going to want to address it at the earliest opportunity that you've had a chance to look at it. Ms. Murad, you look like you have something for me. You have anything for me?
Oh, I can just explain what it is, but I can wait.
Okay, yeah, let Ms. Coakley take a moment to look at it. And all I really need to know for scheduling purposes is there's something I'm going to have to address and rule on. So as soon as you folks come to that determination, let me know, and then I'll do what I have to do as far as scheduling. All right, so we'll be in recess until 1:30.
Okay. I want like a electronic reminder thing. I have like a little note. So first of all, I've done really good today with not cursing so far. and I restarted the computer before we started. Anyway, so yeah, the testimony, I thought it was pretty good because it kind of highlights and goes over everything that the prosecution is saying happened, that Ronan is saying happened, and you have a doctor professional up there, talking about the effects of these prolonged being enclosed, not being let out, the breakfast thing. So he made a good point about and I saw someone in the chat mention that too. I guess they said basically giving him the same thing every day, which is, I like the way he described it. Like he said smearing some peanut butter and banana and light deprivation. I think they were talking about too, the effects of that, the effects of like just being separated, just knowing that you're not the same, like you're being treated differently from everybody else in the family. You're like this thing just left on the side that like you're just enclosed in this box. For sure, it's gonna have some psychological effects growing up, And the other thing too, the humiliation of like having to go in that bucket, and not only that, sitting and living with that bucket in there, smelling it, sleeping there. You're being, like you said, being dehumanized. I really wonder. It's going to be important for the defense to come in, and I don't know what they're going to say. I really don't know what they're going to say. Again, this guy turned down a 2-year plea deal. I'm kind of curious. Let me see here. Do we have time? I can hang out until around the 1:30 time. Around that time, I'm going to have to go leave to pick up the baby. Around the 1:30, 1:40, something like that. Which will, I guess I'll have to listen in the car again, because I really want to hear what the defense is going to have to say. But I wonder if we have time for the pretrial, or should we just leave that for the weekend? Let me see. Pretrial. I had the video the other day. Okay, yeah, it was a month ago. It's an hour and 6 minutes long, so it's cutting it kind of close. Nah, I think we're going to do that. Let's do that on the weekend. Because then I can pause in between and do what I want to do. We can talk. I don't want to feel like rushed and squeezed within an hour. But I think we should watch this pre-trial over the weekend. Let me see here. There's a couple of moments to clip today too. So like I was saying earlier, what I'm going to do today at the end of the stream, today will be super easy. The timestamp, warm up, white noise for like 2 hours, something like that. And then this testimony, which is really, really good. So it'll be super easy. So for people that go back and rewatch, and then I'm going to try to clip some stuff too when I have some time and post it on the backup channel for people that are interested in highlights. Oh, Brandy caught this. Check this out. I wonder if this is why the judge was like talking about phones and stuff. This is the wife, the mother. Somebody behind looks like they have their phone out taking a picture. Yeah, I can't believe this got turned down. Turned down 2 years. A 2-year plea deal. Let's see something. Stacy says, "Hey Mel, have you put in your media request for the Shannon Ryan trial?" I don't even know how to do that. Can I do that? Where would I go about doing that? And when is it happening? Didn't it get pushed back again? Ellie Ann, thank you for the 5-month membership. Appreciate that. Says, "Hey Mel from the UK, you're amazing. Thank you." Thanks. Jorge Carletta earlier. "Hey Mel" in chat. What's up? If he's found guilty, I thought they said he could face up to, let me see. I thought it said 30-something years. "30 years. Could face up to 30 years. And the prosecution offered him a 2-year deal. Let me see this clip here too.
Well, today, children of the Jupiter father accused of locking his adopted teenage son in a box gave witness testimony.
The first time we hear the boy himself describe what he went through, being locked up in the garage instead of being allowed in the house. Terry Parker was there to hear testimony and joins us live from the courthouse in downtown West Palm Beach. Terry?
Right, that teenage boy who was locked in a box-like garage for 4 years described what he said it was like. He said it was sad to abuse a child who was simply acting like a child. But in a surprise twist, he also says he doesn't blame his parents and wishes everyone would forget it and move on.
Emotional moments in court for Tim and Tracy Ferriter, face-to-face with their 16-year-old adopted son as he testifies in Tim Ferriter's child abuse trial. The boy describing how Ferriter locked him in an 8x8 garage room every night and much of the day from the time he was about 10 until 14.
Did you have any control over when the lights were on or when the lights were off? Who controlled that?
My parents, Tim or Tracy.
The boy, whom we're not identifying, described hours spent locked in a window.
Lily says, "Do you think he will testify?" I think it's possible. They always say they always try to tell you not to, right? I think it's very possible. Carly says, "Did you see her reaction to the video? I clipped it." No. You want to send it to me?
Windowless room with a bucket for a bathroom, rarely being allowed in the house with his siblings to watch TV or have snacks, often left locked in the dark with just a few toys and textbooks. Prosecutor Brianna Coakley asked him how it made him feel.
To me, being locked in a room, it's dehumanizing. It's almost as bad as genocide. It's saddening to abuse a child that was just acting like a child.
But during cross-examination, a surprise reversal. The boy saying he doesn't blame his parents.
I don't have a bad image of Tim and Tracy. They just made a mistake. They were just acting out of frantic surprise of my actions. They weren't. I believe that they weren't trying to do any harm. Yeah. I believe that people should recognize that was a mistake and forgive them and move on.
Defense attorney Priya Murad then recited a list of bad behavior she says led the parents to locking up their son: stealing, lying, hitting, hacking into the school computers, embarrassing his younger sister in class, accidentally pushing his baby brother off a bike, even pretending to be a member of the school board to one unwitting teacher he told he was evaluating.
I think in your words, you intentionally broke the rules you knew about at least 5 times a week.
Usually more, but yes.
Damn. I didn't even catch that yesterday. He's like, usually more, but yeah.
But then another twist. Prosecutors started showing some ring video that showed inside that box room. Jurors got to see Tim Ferriter in the tiny room, throwing around the mattress, yelling at the boy, cursing at him, and then, along with Tracy, threatening him that if he didn't get his act together, they were going to homeschool him, and he'd end up in the box room a lot more than he was even currently. I'm told those videos will go on for 3 hours, so it's likely we'll see more of them tomorrow as testimony in this trial continues. Terry Parker, WPBF 25 News.
What's all about? Oh, this is his page? Oh, this is his Twitter page. You don't close a sale, you open a relationship. If you want to build a long-term successful enterprise. I've been posted since 2016. Motivation is what gets you started. Habit is what keeps you going. It's all about the blocking and tackling. That's it. Tim Ferrier. I want to see that thing where he was talking to the cardinal, the Catholic cardinal. Mandy says her mouth dropped during Ronan's testimony. I sent you that. Oh, is that what you sent me on the phone? Okay. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's a good one. Let me see if I can I send this to myself? Email it. I'll show you guys that reaction. Okay.
As always, right? Don't lose this, right? We're gonna lose this again?
Damn. That's the stuff we can't see. So who knows what's happening in the video? I clipped it and tagged you on Twitter. I get a lot of tags on Twitter. Okay. Let's see what else. Very day.
ECA position. We find that we'll something we have no ability to
evidence has happened. Is it admissible in case in chief? That's a completely different question. but it is relevant, it can become relevant, and there is a mechanism for you to review those records to determine whether or not they're relevant. I would also add that these, when we try to give you evidence of what these acts are, there's an immediate objection. And the problem is that these records were obtained when the parents still had intact parental rights. They had the right to those records legally, they possessed those records. So there is not an issue. If this is a juvenile case, it's not admissible.
All right, so let me make a rule. I'm going to sustain the objection to the extent that the information was obtained by and through the juvenile proceeding. I conclude that it remains confidential and cannot be disclosed. However, to the extent as you're arguing, Ms. Marshall, your clients are in possession of documents independent of the juvenile proceeding, then that would be a separate issue, and I would have to address that separately because that would not fall under the...
All right, we'll save that for the weekend. I did want to see this, though. Let's take a look at this for a second. I wanted to take a look at this. I can't lie. I wanted to see what this was about. This popped up on my feed the other day. Very day. I haven't seen this. This is Judge Newman. Judge rips special needs child killer, locks her up for nearly 4 decades after she begs for mercy.
I told my attorney, well, I heard him almost a year ago, that a negligent homicide was one of the charges. I would have pleaded guilty, took everything myself, and we wouldn't even been here today. Because I was. When I put the baby, or I had Mary put that baby in that car, the air conditioner was on. It was on. When I checked her out, well done. I just wanted to teach her everything what it's about. She was taking a nap, checked on her to school. I should have taken that down there and checked on her more. I should have busted out that window when the car was locked. I would have done it for that. I should have busted out that window. I should have gotten my baby out of that car. But it was nothing intentional. And I will live with that for the rest of my life. Nobody loves mercy in one guy. I was working 4 jobs to get a wheelchair in for her. Just had her fitted for a brand new top of the line wheelchair. Had her clothes ready to school. I would have never hurt my baby. I can't believe that I was convicted of murder. Because what happened was not murder. It was negligence and something that whether I'm in prison or home, I will regret for the rest of my life. And I can't wait to be with my baby girl. Please, Your Honor, you can consider giving it minimum house arrest, anything.
So apparently this lady, it says Rita Pangalagan and her ex-boyfriend Larry King, before sentencing them for the hot car death of Pangalagan's special needs daughter Christina, left the child there to die while they're pursuing each other. She was sentenced to 32 years.
Outside that car and watch my baby suffer. I loved her more than anything in this world. And I'll tell you what, Larry loved her too. Larry would never have hurt her. We were arguing that day, and we put ourselves in front of her. I lost the whole track of time, but it was not murder, it was not intentional.
Well, you didn't write the law. And you weren't thinking about the law on that day, were you?
Oh.
And like I said, I was negligent not only that, and I passed for 4 years. Everyone who I talked to, I told them I should have made better choices. I should have gotten that car like Larry wanted me to, and I should have taken my baby home. And there's not a day that goes by that I don't wish I had her. Because she would be here now, and I just taken her home. The home that I just had totally renovated for her. Her bedroom, her bathroom, the whole house was all for Christina. And as soon as I got out of jail, I could own the market because it wasn't home anymore. I didn't care about it. Because nobody was home without her.
Oh. So apparently it says a twisted mom who deliberately left her disabled daughter to cook, according to this article. I mean, I guess that's what they did. To death in a boiling hot car while she and her boyfriend were high on drugs has been handed a massive jail sentence. Christina died of a heat stroke. Let me show you a picture of Christina. I gotta convert it. Oh, 1 second. I'll play this.
Anything else you want to tell me?
You can't mess with Judge Newman, man. Don't move around with that guy. I almost did. Almost crazy. Can't mess with him. It's Christina here. Special needs. So she passed away from a heat stroke on August 5th, 2019, inside of a Volkswagen parked outside a residence. She was left in the car for 5 hours and 41 minutes after Rita and then her then boyfriend Larry placed the teen in the back seat, while according to the prosecutor were high on methamphetamine. Christina suffered from cerebral palsy, which rendered her speechless and confined to a wheelchair. Her condition prevented her from opening the car door or shouting out for help. A 13-year-old who enjoyed watching cartoons and being in a swimming pool could feel emotions and ranging from happiness to pain, so she suffered.
Response by the state. Yeah. The conduct of the defendants in this case, true, is being represented now by the defense. It's not a traditional murder. It's not where you pull a gun and shoot someone in the head. But your conduct can become so extremely reckless that it constitutes a willful disregard for human life and constitutes murder. To place the child in a burning car, in effect, and walking away is murder. To leave a child in a car for 6 hours under the circumstances that occurred in this case is murder. It's not one of the situations that we see, and there have been studies most recently where people forget about the child, believe that they have dropped the child off for daycare and various things. But that's not this situation, where there's absolute total disregard for the child. Considering that the two of you were there around the car any number of times without doing anything to save this child's life and contributing to the child's death. And all the good things I've heard today, being a teacher, being a concerned person, being a wonderful friend, a person of faith. That wasn't a person there on that day when you all were on this drug binge, at least as described by Mr. King.
Mr. King is the then boyfriend, and from what I'm being told, most of that they apparently during this trial, is the trial available online? They played all 5 hours of her in the car in the court. So the girl in the car for 5 hours. The mom and the mom's boyfriend were on the porch. They were having sex inside. They left, came back, and they saw that there was a problem, and they didn't place her. And they didn't place her in the backseat. They tossed her in the backseat. This other article that I was reading was saying that they later hugged, kissed, swung on the porch swing, all while Christina sat inside the car in the heat of the South Carolina summer. The mother checked on her daughter 1 hour later. She did not come back to the car again until 3 p.m. So this was intentional. This wasn't like one of those things like, oh, somehow I forgot or whatever. They're high, having sex, chilling. They're like, okay, we're going to leave this girl in there. When she did it, it was locked. Instead of breaking a window, Pangolin and King left for nearly an hour to retrieve another pair of keys. When they returned, they found Christina dead.
And I've said it before, the people we see in court are typically not the people that were out on the streets doing the things that landed them in court. And it doesn't get any worse than this as it relates to a mother and a child and a person with the mother dealing with the child. So the offense that you committed was murder, and that's all there is to it. Of course, you would love the opportunity to turn back the hands of time, but you can't do it. Of course, you will continue to suffer for what happened to your child, but for being strung out on meth. And I've seen it time and time again. Was it methamphetamine we're dealing with? Yeah, but for...
And she's kind of like, she feels, I don't know why, it looks like she feels some type of way about that. Maybe the people that watched the trial, because the then boyfriend testified against her, and I think he said they were on drugs. I don't know, did she disagree with the methamphetamine thing?
Methamphetamine and dealing with it, neither of the two of you would be here. But those were decisions that you all made. And to the extent your minds were just totally contorted, and I don't know the minds of a person on meth, but I paid close attention to the witness who testified convincingly about the effects of methamphetamine on the brain. It's as if you didn't have a brain on that day at that time. And, we're hearing about this mistake and bad judgment and all, I say it all the time with children, people who we deal with all the time. I call them children, 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds, 20-year-olds, people who do these same types of things, kill people because they're strung out on drugs, high on drugs. And, a life sentence for them is more than the lifespan that you're talking about, because they're going to prison at ages 20, 21, 22, 23 for life. And you don't have the excuse that they might come in here with. Of course, none of it is acceptable, but they will come in
Oh,
strung out on.
BL said that she claimed that was her first day ever using meth. I want to start covering these, if I have time, these crazy kind of stories. I saw 10 to Life. I didn't know she did a story on this 12 days ago. A video on it.
Drugs, parents strung out on drugs, all kinds of things that play into them going wayward, going astray. And for you, a person who had a good reputation in the community, to throw it away chasing drugs, and then coming and asking me for leniency.
Just don't play.
And I'm trying to balance who's more at fault here, really, Mr. King or Ms. Panalangam. I mean, it's almost a toss-up. Mr. King put the child in the car and, per the video, just didn't care anything about the child. Just left the child there to die while they're pursuing each other. It's just so, it's almost unbelievable. How could you all do such a thing? And you could do such a thing because you're hooked on drugs, hooked on meth.
I've always been anti-drugs.
Pardon?
I divorced my first husband because he was an addict.
So someone in the chat said that she claimed that the guy slipped it in her drink and that this was her first time. So now she's telling the judge that she's anti-drug and she's not into drugs and all this stuff.
I do not do drugs. I never did drugs. It was in my drink that weekend, and I have told my lawyer that several times. But I don't do drugs, and I wish back then I would have taken a hair follicle test or something to show me that drugs was not a part of my life.
Yeah, that makes you having less an excuse, less justification. Your mind wasn't screwed up as you're telling us now. Yeah, a mother who's not under the influence would leave their child in a car under those circumstances for 5-6 hours, who knew the child was in the car and knew the child had been in the car for that period of time, and drive off and leave the child. How could you? Anything further?
Yes, sir. No, thank you. Not as an excuse, but to better clarify her position. Her position, that was the first time she'd ever tried it, Your Honor, is what she said. That she didn't have a pattern of conduct of abusing the drugs, but that was the first weekend, and it ultimately led to the worst mistake of her life. Your Honor, if any benefit to this
It was his first time as well.
No, he's got to testify, and I'm not being liable.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, trying to put the same ish with her.
No, it was certainly not his first time. He kept talking, he was an actor, and he told the court that, and he told ladies and gentlemen, no. If it's any benefit to Mr. King has accepted responsibility from the outside.
Oh, so that's him right there, King.
Talking about the possibility.
So did they get tried at the same time?
He accepted responsibility, and they at least accepted responsibility. I know it's going to be imposed on him one way or another. He can do it gracefully or not. He has done it gracefully and accepted the verdict of the court. I think he deserves credit for that. If Your Honor disagrees with us,
Check her teeth.
It doesn't help me clarify in my mind who is the most culpable out of this situation, or are they equally culpable? Are there, whose conduct was the most extreme? The mother who abandons her child in that setting and does nothing to rescue the child, who chooses Mr. King and her own pleasure over the child, or Mr. King, who throws the child, or he didn't throw it, places the child in the back of the car and shows no concern, compassion, or anything for the child, and in effect joins with the mother in the treatment of the child. Though it wasn't his child, he initiated his role in it when he placed the child in the back of the car, and when he did nothing to get the child out of the car.
On behalf of Mr. King, and in response to your Honor's
Yes, sir.
inquiry,
Yes, sir.
all my dealings with him and all my conversations with him, he doesn't want me to point the finger or some way to minimize his involvement or his culpability by saying, look, he's worse. Your Honor's heard what he's done. He owns the conduct. He was candid on the stand.
Yeah.
He's accepted
Yes, sir.
gracefully at the table. He's not.
And I appreciate that. You've said that repeatedly, and I accept it, and I appreciate that.
But when Your Honor asked me who is more culpable,
In my mind, I'm trying to make that determination because I'm going to have to sentence each one of them to a period of years. They might get the same. One might get 30, one might get 40, one might get 50. They might each get the same.
to the extent Your Honor was inviting me to point out the reason she's more culpable, Mr. King does not want to do that. He owns his conduct.
All right, I understand. Thank you. And I'm not attempting to pit one against the other. I'm just,
Let them fight it out for survival.
That's how, from our position, it is. And we agree.
All right. Mr. Solicitor.
I've tried to stay quiet, Judge, and I'm sorry.
I don't like people to stay quiet on me.
I can't. Well, before the case comes to you, it has to go through. They're both here together today because of that. I couldn't make that decision. I could not decide which should work because the more I looked at the video, which I have done, I assure you more than just about anybody, even in this courtroom, I just kept getting madder and madder. And honestly, I could not make a determination who I was more angry at. The man who is putting the child in the car and just stands there, or the mother that abandons the child even before we get into that situation. And I've heard the support groups that these people have, and Your Honor, like you, been in a courtroom for a long time. And we deal with a lot of people that don't have any support group whatsoever. And to have it, and to ignore it, I don't think that's mitigation. I think that's aggravation.
Wait, they had support groups? I mean, I'm not too surprised anymore because I see all this kind of crazy stuff these days. Minding my words. But, this crazy stuff these days, it doesn't really surprise me because isn't there like a whole Chris Watts support group and stuff too? People over there like cheering for this guy. I think you feel he's innocent and all that stuff. Or people that are degrading the victims of that whole Chris Watts thing to this day still or whatever. These people got a support group?
Sir, I cannot tell you which one is more culpable. But quite frankly, from my standpoint, I don't feel for either one of them.
What is the penalty for great bodily injury?
20. That's 0 to 20.
Yes, sir.
Add it up. Calculate it. Put it on
And
top.
I looked it up
top.
before. I just wanted to be sure. All right, Mr. King, if you'll come around for sentencing. King is sentenced to the court on the offense of murder that you be committed to the State Department of Corrections for a period of 32 years. Great bodily injury, the sentence is 20 years. The sentences will run concurrent with credit for any time that you've already served.
Thank you, y'all.
Thank you all.
So 32 years concurrent, meaning at the same time. That sounds like a pretty intense trial. They played the entire 5-hour thing. Oh, the older kids defended them? Wow.
This Panalanga, you know, a lot of folks have said a lot of good things about you and a lot of positive impacts that you've made on their lives. You're not being sentenced to death. You won't be facing a firing squad or a gas chamber or electric chair. Your life goes on, but it'll go on behind bars, and you'll still have that same opportunity to make a positive impact on the lives of other people who you encounter, and I hope you do that. I simply cannot fathom a mother treating a child the way that you did and allowing that to happen to a child, to your child, the child that you birthed. Yeah. I don't know if the child at some point became a burden. I don't know what the circumstances were that would lead you to placing the child in that situation. And as if you left and went to Atlanta, Georgia, or maybe we'll say not Charleston, to Myrtle Beach, and went there and got in the beach in the water a few hours, and then came back, and then decided that it's a frantic situation. You did it. You have to live with it. And as bad as the conduct of Mr. King was, yours was worse. In my mind. And, you know, you can talk about intent where you have rational thinking minds, but extreme recklessness brought upon by drugs and alcohol. As we said, intoxication is not a defense and not an excuse. That's what, in effect, you're asking, and it's not. Sentence of the court is that you be committed to the State Department of Correction for a period of 37 years on murder, 20 years on great bodily injury. Sentences will run concurrent, and you'll receive credit for time served. Do we have the number of days of credit that they're entitled to?
39.
You receive credit for 39 days. And Mr. King, do we know how many days he gets credit for? Did Mr. Other guy left, the lawyers? Does anyone know? I'll just have that calculated by the...
Wow. Stand by my mom. Wow.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Clyde, CLY. I am a high school teacher at Walden, and together we.
How's your mother?
Yeah. So, born and raised Walterboro. She raised me and my younger sister. So from college, and even after I got married, I
mean, I guess that's not too surprising that she's standing by her mom, I guess. Mamma mia! All right, I'm gonna grab something to eat. I'm gonna heat up some food I made yesterday and get something in my system. So they should be coming back within 15 minutes. I'm gonna grab something to eat, relax for a little bit, and then I'll be back. And the witness that's currently on is pretty good. So we're getting some interesting stuff today. And I'm really curious about the cross, and I'll probably be in the car listening when that time happens. I don't know. Because I'm really curious what they're going to try to counter to what he's saying. Like, what could they even bring up? What could they, they got their work cut out for them. For sure. Right? All right, so I'll be back. I'm going to get something to eat. Clean up the desk area here. Too much going on. Little bit. Not back yet. Just a little bit off of my brush. Boards out of the way. Put this. There you go. So I was telling you guys the other day that I literally bought this bench press because I want to put it right there next to the computer. So in the mornings I can do my little weights. So far it's been here for like a week now. The only thing I've done is open the box. There's a box right there. Take a picture. I'm gonna try to work on that this weekend. I feel a lot better though. It's a good thing. I'm glad I ate. I used to sometimes try to like sit through these trials and not really. Sometimes I push it a little bit, but not really like just get up and walk around for a couple of minutes or go grab something to eat. I mean, but you guys don't know you're gonna be like I was always ordering Uber Eats, which I'm actually doing a lot better. Right? You haven't seen me ordering Uber Eats. I don't think this trial. I do have to do a little bit of groceries. And the lemon tree is not doing too well. Almost killed it again. Now I'm like really having to like care for it. Like really, my mother said I should talk to the lemon plant. I don't know if I should bring it. So this thing at first was great. Then it got worse. That doesn't look good, but it was actually worse than this. At first it was really good. Then after a while, I was feeding it too much water, so I slowed it down. You got to stick your finger in like 2 inches and check for moisture. That's when you feed it, but probably like twice a week maybe. So for some reason it started doing bad out there, so I moved it inside. When I moved it inside, it started doing a lot better. Like everything was good. The leaves were like perky. And then I went to CrimeCon and I completely forgot because I closed the shade. I should have left the shades. I closed the shades thinking I'm going to turn up the AC and save some money with electricity, just keep the shades closed. And I completely forgot about the lemon tree. So now I'm back to recovering this thing. It's looking kind of grim, but I think I can bring it back. I'm really trying to keep like an eye on it. It likes the inside. And I think, honestly, I know this is kind of crazy. I think the inside, it's happier because the other plants are here. So, like, I usually sit right here by the sun. But if there's not enough sun coming in for the day, I'll actually take it outside. Like today, I took it outside because there's not that much sun. But I notice out there because it's so like
Back in session, the Honorable Judge Howard Coates
they're
presiding.
coming back so bad and desolate.
Afternoon, everyone. You may be seated.
They're coming back. That it does better inside.
All right, all sides ready to proceed with the continuation?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
You can have it indoors, outdoor, or outdoors.
Defense, ready? Okay. All right, you may go ahead and bring the jurors out.
Bigger pot. That's the pot it came in. Maybe a bigger pot. Bi-weekly. Feed it Epsom salt? No way. You can get it to grow light. Well, the lemon trees are very sensitive. They're not good starter plants, apparently.
All rise.
Jury entering.
Let me see. Lemon tree Epsom salt. I'm going to look that up. Oh, that's the thing.
Everyone may be seated.
It's an effective and convenient soil amendment for treating magnesium deficiency.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are in the middle of the direct examination of the current witness. With that, Ms. Coakley, you ready to proceed?
Yes.
All right, you may do so.
Have to look into that.
Now, I want to talk for a second about the impacts that harsh, cruel, demeaning, and injurious treatment of a child can have. Can that have an impact on the child's view of morality?
Yes, it would be an important part of how they learn to be moral, responsible human beings. Really, is a big part of that is modeled by your parents. So the modeling he got was certainly had some serious moral problems, in that it's giving him various messages like violence is okay, and isolating people is okay, and withholding food is okay, and being choked is okay. Those sort of things. These are the most important role models in your life, or your parents.
Can that create a distorted view of what is morally appropriate behavior?
Oh, very much so, yes. After months or years of this, it becomes normal to the child, despite how pathological or abnormal it is. But they begin to see this as just normal, a normal part of life.
Now, can that distortion of appropriateness also extend to the child's view of themselves?
Yes, it can. And one of the ways it might do that is that the child internalizes being treated like this and sees themselves as the bad, responsible one. With they have the moral problems. It's their fault that this is happening, clearly, because it keeps happening to them. They think it must be in some way my fault.
Even in situations where there's kind of like pervasive, ongoing abuse or trauma inflicted by a parent caregiver, can a child who is subject to that still have affection for the abuser?
Yes, that's very common.
Why does that occur? Or how does that occur, especially in a situation like this?
Some of it is it's built into children that if you provide them care and you take care of them and give them a place to live and feed them and get them to school, that sort of thing, the attachment system does kick in and they connect to that person. They form a bond.
So a child can come away from an abusive situation and still have affection or allegiance to the abuser.
Yeah, that's very, very typical.
Now, I want to talk for a second about stealing as something that it can occur within is that something, a behavior that can result in children that have been subject to abuse or neglect?
Yes, you're stealing, you're talking about.
Stealing,
yes,
yeah.
And particularly in this case, kids who've had that early psychosocial deprivation and really lack of adequate parenting in their first couple of years of life, or a year and a half in his case.
Is it when a child is exhibiting that type of behavior, especially when there's a known history of some kind of neglect or abuse, is it therapeutic or appropriate treatment to address that behavior to deprive child of access to some of the items?
You mean which items?
Like if a child is stealing food or candy, if that is something that occurs and that's something that's been noticed, in order to address that behavior therapeutically, what would be the appropriate way to address it?
Well, to try to talk to them about it and try to understand and explore their feelings about why this behavior is continuing, and then help them gain insight into the fact that you did have a very difficult early childhood, and kids like that will have this urge to keep hoarding and taking food, because in the back of their brain and at an instinctual survival level, they're thinking, I've got to keep getting food and hoard it, because at any point I could start going hungry again and there'll be nothing to eat. So to help them gain insight and to then give them interventions, or that's too strong of a word, but then to give them regular snacks and reassure them they're always going to be able to get snacks if they start really feeling that anxiety or need to eat something. So not restrict it, but let them know it's always here, and make that a reality. Not that you are going to have them eat 5 Big Macs a day, but you'd have to tailor what sort of meals and snacks you'd let them have.
Can that type of hoarding and inclination and kind of compulsive to get food, can that occur even in children that are otherwise well fed and maybe not like starving? Who've had the previous trauma?
Yes, definitely. Yes.
Now, is limiting or severely controlling a child's access to food and snacks and water, is that something that is a therapeutic treatment for this type of behavioral problem?
It's counter-therapeutic. It goes against the treatment, because you're teaching them it's true. Those very sort of primitive feelings you have that there's not enough to eat and food may not always be accessible, you're now keeping it a reality instead of helping them get over that insecurity.
And so when you're saying it's counter-therapeutic, does that mean that it can make the behaviors actually worse?
Yes.
Overruled.
Does that mean that it could increase, or would that have what kind of impact would it have on the behaviors?
Well, it reinforces it. It might increase it. It may just keep it, sustain it. It depends on the child, but I would not predict that would make it any better at all.
Now, you mentioned social deprivation and cognitive deprivation. What are those things?
So children really of any age, and probably it's true for adults too, but they need consistent caregiving. They need nurturance. They need support. They need affection. They need to be held or hugged. They need to be shown empathy so that they know that their needs are recognized and being met, so they can develop confidence and emotional security in themselves. So the pathological care would be really the opposite of those things.
What do you mean that the pathological care?
Well, the kind of parenting that you wouldn't want to see for a child who's come from this sort of early deprivation is care that wouldn't be supportive and consistent and nurturing and affectionate.
The type of care that you saw that occurred between January, that's on the videos, between January 5th and January 28th, will you characterize that as supportive, caring, empathetic care?
No, I would see it as the opposite of those.
Okay, how would you describe it?
Unempathic, mean, frightening, not in any way trying to recognize what's going on with the child, but just for imposing your will in a harsh disciplinary fashion.
Now, Dr. Myer, are you saying that like a parent can't yell at a child?
No, not at all.
Are you saying that a parent can't discipline a child if they do something that they behave in a way that's inappropriate?
No, you have to discipline children in an appropriate way, sure, for issues, misbehaviors.
Are you saying that a parent can't punish a child if they do something that requires punishment?
Prefer to use the term discipline. Punishment has somewhat of a negative connotation, but you could look at it as punishment, I suppose, if it's reasonable and mild.
Okay, so what is more appropriate and also developmentally appropriate for a child of this age, you would characterize as discipline?
What would I?
Discipline is more appropriate than punishment for a child, a 14-year-old child of this age.
Yes.
What's the difference, I guess, between what is appropriate and then what is harmful?
The simple answer would be what's in the best interest of the child, and is what you're doing, whatever it is it going to help the child learn why this problem is, why their behavior was not good? Is it going to help give them ideas or ways to not engage in this behavior in the future, give them alternatives, to turn it into a learning experience at the same time with enough discipline that it does get their attention if you think it needs it. I mean, some kids, they get a harsh word from a parent and they're good to go for a year. Other kids need a lot more hands-on intervention. It depends on the child's temperament and personality.
Now, I want to talk about kind of the impact that cognitive deprivation or intellectual deprivation can have on a child's creation of their own identity. How does that impact that?
It's sort of a couple different things, two different things here, but the deprivation has actually been shown in longer term studies to lower children's IQ. Their IQ scores, so their intelligence level doesn't rise as high as somebody who isn't deprived or mistreated over the years.
Now, in cases where children are subject to cognitive deprivation or intellectual deprivation, do you see instances of that child engaging in fantasy or lying? Or can you see that?
Yes.
Why does that happen?
Some kids will start engaging in fantasy thinking and make up stories, and it's a coping mechanism to try to sort of fill the void of having so little mental stimulation or intellectual or cognitive outlets. So they then begin creating their own stories and fantasies to sort of fill that hole.
Now, I want to talk about a child expressing frustration and anger. Is a child expressing frustration and anger the same thing as violence, necessarily?
No, not at all. But violence would be one sliver of children who are frustrated and angry. Some will act violently.
Now, during the course of the review of some of the videos, did you see a few videos where Ronan is expressing inside the room frustration or anger?
Yes. Or a great deal of emotional pain that he doesn't know how else to release, it seems like. Then when he starts just like tearing the posters off the wall or kicking his Legos around.
Now, just generally, outside of the specific facts of this case, is something like kicking Legos or screaming in frustration or tearing posters off the wall is for a 14-year-old child. Is that like a clinically significant type of anger or frustration just in general if a 14-year-old does that?
In and of itself, that's not necessarily a pathological or a behavior or some sign of serious mental illness. If it's infrequent and the child has really had a terribly, say, frustrating experience or something, they might come home and kick something on the floor. But no, in and of itself, no.
Could it be a completely normal expression of frustration or anger in a 14-year-old boy?
It could be, yes.
To react to maybe some kind of adverse experience or just whatever frustration it is?
Yes.
Now, in this type of situation, does that Ronan being in that situation, locked in the room alone and having that type of response, does that tell you anything about how he's dealing with the trauma of the situation?
Well, he's only got a limited number of things he can do with all this angst and emotional pain and the effects of this mistreatment building up and building up. It's got to come out somehow. It always comes out one way or another in human beings. And it seems like in him, the only sort of outlets he's really got her to kind of throw things around or kick whatever's in the room that's left. He did become suicidal a couple times from it as well.
So
Which would be another way that you could get those sort of feelings. Unfortunately, a method to get those out or deal with them.
So in the room itself, the only control he has is over the immediate items in the room.
Sustained, rephrase, counsel.
In the room itself, what does he have the capacity or the agency to control?
What did he have?
Yeah, about his physical environment.
Well, very little, because he's in a box, and essentially the only other things in there are a bed and a sheet and a pillow and a desk, and I believe towards the end again one book.
Now, at some point, there might be some discussion in this case about more specific situations when a child has more specific behavioral needs than an ordinary child, or and we might discuss reactive attachment disorder. Are you familiar with what that is?
Oh yes, I am.
What is it?
It's a diagnosis, a condition where a child is deprived, usually during the first 2 or 3 years at least of their life and earlier, of consistent, supportive, appropriate parenting. So they don't have regular nurturance or contact with a caregiver, a parent. So they don't have the chance to sort of form secure attachments to a parent or two, which is what they're programmed to do.
And then, so something has to occur, just so I'm understanding you correctly, something has to occur early in life that makes it difficult for where they weren't able to form an attachment.
Well, yes, they're not having a responsive, tender care. They're being left alone for long periods of time. When they are fed, it might just be with a bottle a few times a day. Otherwise, they're left laying there unattended or with very little stimulation, and this results in their brain not developing properly, their emotional system not developing properly. Even physically, they don't grow as well, and moreover, their head size isn't even necessarily as big as the size that it should be.
Now, in a child who does have an attachment disorder, is a child with this disorder necessarily violent towards themselves or others? Is that like something that always happens?
That's not actually a diagnostic criteria for reactive attachment disorder. Violence is not even one of the defining criteria or criterion of that.
Is there generally accepted, if a child does have some type of attachment disorder, and specifically reactive attachment disorder, is there generally accepted therapeutic interventions within the scientific community to address that?
The main treatment that has been shown to work is to get the child out of the problematic, uncaring environment, the pathological environment, as quick as possible, and put them with either a foster family or a stable relative, or have them adopted into a good parenting situation. I mean, that's the treatment, and get them back on a normal course of development.
And so we're talking about a good parenting situation. Do you mean stable, nurturing, that addresses the child's needs?
Yes.
Now,
that works, and the majority of children with RAD, reactive attachment disorder, have substantially diminished or even resolution of their RAD symptoms over time.
Is it considered therapeutically acceptable or appropriate to isolate, confine, or deprive a child who might have a history that lends them to having an attachment disorder?
No, it's just what you wouldn't want to do to a child with reactive attachment disorder, because that isolation and lack of contact and lack of affection are the things that created it in the first place. So you want to undo that by doing the opposite to the child with good parenting.
Would it exacerbate any attachment issues if they were there to treat a child like Timothy Ferriter was treated?
Yes, it would. Yes, it wouldn't. Yes, simple answer.
Now, what about a child? You mentioned that, in your opinion, there were some indications that there was a complex post-traumatic stress disorder indicated here.
Yes.
Would this type of treatment in any way address or help a child with post-traumatic stress disorder?
Well, no, I believe that's the cause of him having post-traumatic stress disorder is the abusive treatment that he received.
Now, would this type of treatment worsen the behavior or increase symptoms?
Yes.
Now, did you, as part of this case, have the opportunity to review a deposition given by a Dr. Rappa?
I did.
And she made some opinions about this case as well, correct?
She did, yes.
Did you agree with any of the opinions that Dr. Rappa made?
I did. In particular, she did describe the behaviors that Ronan was experiencing and the punishment, the isolation, the abuse as inappropriate and unacceptable. She referred to Ronan having complex post-traumatic stress disorder, partly from his experiences in Vietnam when he was in the orphanage, but I don't believe that would really add up, because PTSD is from being traumatized, be it physical abuse or a car accident or being caught in a hurricane or whatever it might be, or seeing something terrible happen to a family member. But being neglected and left alone doesn't cause post-traumatic stress disorder. So I saw nothing in the records that he had experienced any early traumas in his first couple of years of life when he was in Vietnam, year and a half.
So you would be in agreement with Dr. Rappa that there are indicators that the victim in this case has experienced trauma?
Definitely, yes.
But the source of that trauma is a little bit of a disagreement, if I'm understanding you correctly.
If I'm understanding her deposition correctly, yes.
But would you agree with her opinion that regardless of the source of the trauma, this is not the way that a child with PTSD should be treated?
Well, right, because you're continuing to inflict the trauma on the child, and the PTSD comes from the trauma, so you're just doing nothing but worsening the child's PTSD with more and more of the same traumatic experiences.
I think we talked about, in general, a child, that this would be harmful. If a child has specific, because of their history, has behavioral issues or maybe even a medical diagnosis, does that change whether or not this is an appropriate type of punishment for a child?
I can't come up with any kind of explanation that would justify the treatment Ronan went through as appropriate.
The fact that there might be indications that because of his history and because of his treatment that he was, vulnerable or psychologically complex, does that increase the risk to him psychologically to be subjected to this type of treatment?
Yes, above and beyond being especially vulnerable given he is a child, yes, that would even increase the risk more.
That's all the questions I have.
Cross.
Good afternoon, doctor.
Good afternoon.
Let me start with I have your list of testimony in cases, civil and criminal. It's a pretty extensive list. You've testified in Palm Beach County before, correct?
Yes.
And looks like all but one defendant, all were for the state. Is that correct?
I haven't reviewed it, but I'll take your word for it.
I'm happy to have you review it if you want.
I trust you.
All right. And can you tell me what you're being compensated for your testimony here today?
I'm sorry?
How much are you being compensated for your testimony?
I'm being compensated for my time, but $350 an hour.
All right. And how much time have you put into the preparation of your testimony here today? Approximately.
Preparation for testimony?
I'm going to break it down. Yes, testimony.
I would say in the neighborhood of 5 hours.
All right. And in addition to that, any other preparation that you did, how much time did you put in?
Reviewing the records, I have a sheet on my office desk. I'm going to estimate it's probably in the ballpark of probably 8 hours, 9 hours of record review to get through all the materials, which I tried to reread as much as I could in the last day or two, because there's a lot of information.
Yeah, and we'll get to what you reviewed in a minute, but I appreciate your answer. I'm looking at your CV, very extensive, thick CV, because it has all the publications that you wrote, plus those which you've contributed to, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to go through a few here. I noticed, going back a little ways, in '94, you wrote one called Sexual Homicide by Adolescents.
Yes.
Staying with the 90s, '95, you wrote one called The Psychopathology, Biopsychopathology Factors, Crime Characteristics, and Classification of 25 Homicidal Youth.
Yes.
Staying with the 90s, you wrote one called The Psychopathology and Personality in Juvenile Sexual Homicide Offenders.
Yes.
In 2000, you wrote one with a co-author called Anger, Experience, and Styles of Expression Among Juvenile Sexual Homicide Offenders.
Yes.
Jump forward a little. 2002, I see one, The Sexual Assault of Boys Incarcerated in Jails.
Yes.
(2005) Personality Comorbidity in Adolescent Females with ADHD.
Yes.
I know you wrote that with others. I'm just trying to move it along, though. There's one that you wrote with somebody else in 2006. The motivation behind serial sexual homicide. Is it sex, power, and or control or anger?
Yes.
2008. The relationship between serial sexual murder and autoerotic asphyxiation.
Yes.
I tried that word twice and didn't get it. Jumping forward a little, 2012, adolescent parricide and psychopathy.
Psychopathy, yes.
Psychopathy, thank you. What's parricide?
The murder of a parent by a child.
You wrote a book as well.
I did, yes.
Which it's hard to get, but I got your book.
It's out of print.
It's out of print, but Someone still had it. It's called Juvenile Sexual Homicide. It's a 2002 book.
Yes.
All right. And you've also contributed in chapters in other books, correct?
I have.
So, for example, Current Perspectives on Conduct Disorder, and that was for the Adolescent Medicine State of the Art Review.
Yes.
Serial Offending in Childhood.
Yes.
The Juvenile Justice System, Delinquency, and the Juvenile Court.
Yes.
So you've written extensively on, seems a lot of your focus is on when juveniles commit crimes. That's a bulk of your work of study, correct?
Really, it's been more in the area of homicide, and often probably the majority of the homicide research I've done has been with children, meaning people under the age of 18.
Who commit homicides?
Yes.
And you're in those articles I've looked at and in your book, you examine the types of maybe common traits or commonalities that might help inform one on a child who's growing up that might commit crimes.
Well, yeah, you hope that it would have some impact on predicting it in children to avoid or help cut down on the number of murders in the future. Yes, that would be the ultimate aim.
So and in a couple of the articles, and in fact in your book, you go through some checklists of the types of those common factors, correct?
Yes.
Pulling out of your book, let's see here.
Can approach. All right, you may continue, Mr. Wyatt. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. talked a lot about psychopathy on your direct. There is a thing called a PCLR, correct?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is the psychopathy checklist, and it's 20 items that you rate to get an idea of how much of a really a criminal personality they have.
And
it's a score of 0 to 40.
And some of those items on the checklist are.
Let me have you approach. All right, Mr. Waheed, you may proceed.
So, again, on direct examination, you discussed psychopathy, correct?
I don't recall that I did.
Did you make any opinion today about connecting psychopathy with what happened in this case?
In the defendant?
Yes.
Did I rate the level of psychopathy in Mr. Ferriter?
Nope. Did you say that the types of environment that that Ty was in this situation, that he had at his home, that it could have it has an impact on a child's psychopathy?
As I recall, I used the word psychopathology, meaning mental illness, not psychopathy, something very different.
All right, so the objection sustained. You need to move on, Mr. Waheed.
Sure. So let me ask you about things you reviewed. You reviewed, so the state provided you a list of items, correct?
Yes.
About 95 pages of items. Included witness statements.
Yes.
When you say witness statements, did that include the statements the witnesses made during the trial?
No.
Did you observe those or read those in any way?
No.
And when I'm saying witnesses, I'm being specific to RF and FF. Ronan and Fiona.
Forgive me, I've been using his first name.
Yes.
Should I say RF?
It can be confusing a little on the names, so I'm going to go with Ronan.
Okay.
So Ronan or Fiona, you did not watch or hear or read those trial testimonies.
What I had was the child protection team interviews, and then his statements to the police in the beginning, and then their depositions I read as well.
Okay. And you were provided by the defense a list of other items electronically. Did you review any of those?
I believe I made it through all of those.
Okay.
A lot of them were repeats of what I had received from the state attorney's office.
Sure, that's possible. So that included Ronan's early childhood records?
Yes.
It included his school records?
Yes.
And that would also be from Basis Academy, correct?
Yes.
And that would also include those emails between the teacher and the parents?
Yes.
You also reviewed disciplinary records and other school records from Immaculate Heart?
Yes, I did.
You also reviewed clinical summary in April 22 from Kenny Miller?
Yes.
Okay. And that was on the reactive attachment disorder issue, correct?
Yes.
You also reviewed the records of Dr. Thomas Rickenbacker?
I did.
You reviewed Ronan's other medical records, pediatric medical records?
Yes.
Did you review any of the photographs?
I did.
Okay. Did you review the family counseling associate records?
Yes.
And there were some other records in there, though, that might go beyond the scope of what you testified to. So if they come up, I'll come back to those.
Okay.
You did not actually evaluate Ronan, correct?
I did not.
And you never asked to evaluate Ronan?
I asked if it was possible. Yes, I did.
And what were you told?
Let me have your approach on that.
I can reword it.
Okay, reword it in a way that does involve hearsay.
Sure. Based on the information you received, you then could not evaluate. You believe you could not evaluate Ronan.
True.
All right. And so obviously without actually evaluating Ronan, you can't do anything in terms of diagnosis of him.
Based on the extensive records, my observations of him on the videotapes, teacher observations, et cetera, I believe he has PTSD.
Well, is that your independent diagnosis or based on somebody else's diagnosis?
It's mentioned on occasion in the records, but my independent assessment would be that he does have PTSD, yes.
Well, but as a psychiatrist, is it not correct that you ethically under the rules are not allowed to make a diagnosis of an individual without actually conducting an examination and an evaluation on your own? Under Section 7.32 of the Principles of Medical Ethics for the American Psychiatric Association Ethics Committee.
It's not a hard and fast rule, and in fact, in forensic psychiatry, sometimes we're asked to review records of someone who has passed away from one reason or another, and try to come up and with a diagnostic assessment.
Ronan is not someone who's passed away, though, correct?
Correct.
And when you say it's not a hard and fast rule, it's actually a written rule, though, correct?
Could we go over the language of it?
Sure. In order to arrive at it.
Sustain. Show him what rule you're referring to. You can approach. What was the last part? Oh, this. Let's show it to the state first, and then you can show it to the witness. Thank you, Mr. Waheed. All right, Mr. Waheed, you can continue.
We're going to come back to that question in just a second. Let me talk to you about the pediatric records, which you've reviewed. So let's start with the fact that he was, you've reviewed all these documents, so you know that he was essentially at 7 months old, dropped off at an orphanage in Vietnam.
Your Honor, I'm not jacked to be on this field of direct opinion.
Overruled. You can answer if you know.
That's what the records show, yes.
Right. And you were talking about, this is in the context of you were talking about how early childhood issues might relate to later development, correct? You were talking about that a couple of times with the state.
Yeah, particularly reactive attachment disorder, yes.
Sure. So we're talking about early childhood. He gets dropped off at 7 months old. We don't know from records, because he was just dropped off at the orphanage, what the prenatal care was, correct? We don't know that.
No, we don't have those records.
We don't know what type of delivery of that baby happened, correct?
Correct.
All right. And we don't really have a medical history for that first 7 months.
That's right.
Okay. Then the child's at the orphanage until about 17 months old, correct?
Yes.
And then he is adopted.
Correct.
By the Ferriters. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So there's been a lot of conversation about his snacks and eating and that sort of thing. Isn't it, looking at the 2021 medical records, which was literally the most recent prior to the running away that happened here in Florida, he had a 19.7 BMI, which was considered normal. That's normal, correct?
It's, yes. His weight was low, normal, I would say, but in the normal range.
His general appearance presented as well developed, correct?
Yes.
It was noted that he was well nourished and had no acute distress, correct?
And you're reading from the pediatric records?
Yes.
That sounds accurate.
Okay. And I'm picking a particular date of 2021 because I know it changes. I'm not going through all the records, but that was the most recent one, right?
Yes.
Then there was a whole conversation that you had about sugary snacks. Do you remember that?
I don't know if we had a whole conversation about sugary snacks, no.
Well, you definitely talked about snacks with the state, correct?
Yes.
And amongst them was that he was allegedly being deprived of snacks, correct?
What was the first part of your sentence?
Among the topics you discussed was that Ronan was allegedly being deprived of snacks, correct?
More so meals, I believe we talked about, that sometimes meals would be held if they thought he was angry or if they felt he was misbehaving in some other way, they might withhold a meal.
Okay, so we'll get to meals. Well, you also mentioned snacks, so I just want to go in order. So let me ask you, you reviewed the family counseling records, right? And that goes back, that starts essentially September 23rd of 2015. And Ronan is brought by his parents, and the chief complaint is he gets triggered and angry, that he has a low frustration tolerance.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This is just him reading hearsay.
Sustained.
Isn't it true that there were a number of complaints that the parents came to the family counseling services folks with, which included what you were talking about with the RAD, which was the hoarding of food, taking food from other kids, that sort of stuff?
Ms. Martin, the counselor, said I believe she was considering RAD.
Right.
As a diagnosis.
Yeah, so this is now
Kathleen Martin was the counselor.
Correct. I don't want to talk over you, so just when you're done, I'll then go. And in that first visit, though, one of the issues that was, or facts that was given to Ms. Martin was this taking food from kids, hoarding food, that issue.
I believe that's in the records. I don't remember the exact timing.
Okay. I'm happy to refresh your memory. It's right in front of me.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can approach Mr. Wade.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. And one of the complaints as well, I feel like I need to give you a copy of this because I'm going to do a lot of walking now. One of the complaints as well initially was that Ronan would actively defy or refuse to comply with requests from authority figures. Parents and siblings are stressed by the yelling and temper tantrums, right?
Yes.
All right. So as a result of a series of meetings with Ms. Martin, one of the diagnoses that she had made was a thing called oppositional defiant disorder.
You can approach.
Okay, I've been listening.
All right, the objection is sustained. Mr. Waheed, you may continue. We've been going about an hour. Is this a good time to take a break, or you want to go for a little bit longer and tell me what a good stopping off point is?
I can just go for a little longer.
All right, so you tell me when you're at a good break point.
Based on your review of the records, are you aware that that Ronan was also diagnosed at some point with oppositional defiant disorder?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's sort of describes what it is by the title, but it's children who are beyond normal in the sense of defying rules, being oppositional, stubborn, saying things that irritate other people.
And based on what was in the record up until late 2015, would you have agreed with that diagnosis?
I'd really want to know more as to what was going on in his life at that time. And I just don't have the detail to really feel confident on that one way or the other.
Sure. However, would it be enough for you, based on what's in the record, to at least say that that would have been an appropriate differential diagnosis at the time?
Well, there's a lot of reasons kids can be defiant and screaming and going after snacks and sneaking them, that sort of thing, and stealing food from other children at school. So I really want to know more.
All right. So that information, though, based on the record, was passed on to the parents, right? That diagnosis was given to the parents, correct?
I don't know. I assume.
Well, you have it in the records, correct? That you reviewed.
Sustained. If you know, you can answer, sir.
I don't know what Ms. Martin said to the parents about the diagnosis.
Oh, you know.
Would a document from her report help refresh your recollection?
Well, you asked me if they passed it on to the parents. So,
yes.
If that would help me, yes.
Sustained.
Based on your review of the records, was there any advice given as to how to handle that diagnosis?
Sustained. Let me have your approach on that, Mr. Wade.
There's a lot of static. Judge keeps wanting them to approach, I guess because of the objections. When I said in the chat too, when I was talking about they're trying to Trump assess him, because I remember like a bunch of back when Trump was president, a bunch of like psychiatrists, people came out of the woodwork, and it's felt like a lot of them were diagnosing him, like just, I mean, you could say there's a lot to say about him online, but they were literally like, I guess they have to be careful with the verbiage that they use, because you literally just can't diagnose somebody like that and say, you know, and there is some type of, I thought, like some law or something. I think they were trying to use that against this guy, but there's nothing wrong also, I don't think, with this guy giving his opinion based off of what somebody else did. But at the same time, I thought this guy actually directly spoke with and examined Ronan. It almost reminds me a little bit of the Taylor for Business thing, where they had doctors referencing other doctors' reports, and doctors disagree or experts disagree all the time. Trying to. Yeah. For sure, Hoax. And there was people that were like literally trying to do that. I watched a really, really interesting interview where this guy was interviewing one of these psychiatrist people, where they were saying that Trump was clinically something, and he was like, but you can't say that, you haven't actually. And then he was like, well, why didn't you say that about this president? How come you didn't say about that president, but now you're just saying about this president? It was kind of interesting convo. All right, let's see what happens.
Objection sustained. You may continue, Mr. Wahid.
If hypothetically a child's diagnosed with ODD, what would you recommend to parents as treatment?
Objection, relevance.
A hypothetical.
Sustained. Even a hypothetical still has to be relevant. So unless you want to argue the relevancy at sidebar, you can move on.
I would like to do that.
All right, so let's approach again.
Well, prosecution's stopping every second of the way. I'm here. Maybe you're still behind, but I'm here. And he didn't even really finish with the whole point of snacks and meals and all this kind of stuff. I wanted to see where he was going to go. I wanted to know. Oh, there, it's working. But I don't know. That looks. Can't even see it. Where do you go, my lovely? I wanna know. Where do you go? Oh, oh, oh. Do that.
All right, the objection is withdrawn. Do you need the question restated for you, sir?
Yeah.
I'll
Go ahead and restate it.
What would be the treatment you would recommend for ODD, oppositional defiance disorder?
In general, learning as much as you can about the ODD symptoms and where they're happening and what's happening, and is it happening everywhere, or is it happening just at home? And then how long has it been occurring? And then once you kind of get a real understanding of it, then it might be approached with individual therapy, or just be meeting with a child, or you might be doing parent training and working with the parents, and or you might also do family sessions where you meet with the child and the parents to work on the oppositional defiant behavior. And sometimes if it's really problematic and you're not getting anywhere with those treatments, you could consider medications.
A medication like, is it clonidine? It's a...
Clonidine? Possibly, yes. You could try that.
Okay.
Yes.
And is your understanding that that was ever tried on Ronan?
That was tried for, I believe, ADHD.
But it was tried on him?
Yes. And sometimes children who are depressed will show ODD type symptoms, so you might end up treating them for depression and using an antidepressant.
And would limit setting be one of the things that you would recommend when treating a child with ODD, that parents have limit setting where they put limits on the child?
Yes, that may well be part of it, yes.
And I'm not sure if you said it, but also would therapy sessions be a part of that?
And generally, yes.
Would you take steps to reduce sugar or other types of caffeinated things that would make one more hyper?
That's very rarely going to explain ODD. I mean, could that be a small part of it? Maybe. But that isn't going to be the source of a child coming in with ODD symptoms.
You said a moment ago that at some point that Dr. Martin, in the review of the records, had also come to a conclusion later on in her work that there's a possibility of reactive attachment disorder. Correct?
It was mentioned, but I read through the records. They're a little bit vague, but yet she had a couple hour-long sessions with Ronan alone, and she described him as compliant, cooperative, normal speech, insightful, judgment intact, adequate impulse control, good memory.
Are you reading from a particular document?
That's from her notes from November 4th of 2015. So he didn't come across at all as having ODD in these. She had two, I believe, 60-minute individual sessions with him. He came across as very sort of, really in a lot of ways unremarkable as far as having mental illness symptoms of an ODD nature.
But in that same November 4th, 2015, isn't it correct that she also pointed out he was eating too many sugars and sweets, and that the parents had to, and that this was leading to emotionally liable behavior, and that the parents, including screaming, tantrums, and that the parents eventually, she opines that they need to monitor his diet, correct? I'm summarizing without reading the document.
That sounds correct, yes.
Okay.
But again, eating some sugary sweets isn't going to explain that diagnosis.
We can take a break at this time, Judge.
Okay, all right, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Mark, if you could escort them back. Actually, we'll take a 15-minute break. It's 2:45, and we'll be in recess until 3.
All right. So far, what do you
All right,
think?
everyone may be seated.
How's the defense doing?
All right, court will be in recess until 3 o'clock.
I thought him bringing up the snack thing, though maybe it's futile. He did bring it up that there is a record of them saying something about reducing in the notes somewhere, even though this doctor is saying that like that's not going to be the main reason for a child having that condition. But it is listed there, I guess, somewhere to reduce the intake. Oh, thanks, Carly. I just saw this. Oh, when I got up, of course.
I'm going to open everything up. Stand up, stand in the corner. Good as always, right? Lose this, right? We're going to lose this again?
And you can almost see to that, even this guy, the one that's doing the stuff, almost reacted himself, but you can tell like he's mentally telling himself to be non-reactionary. Look at that. When she drops her mouth, look at his mouth.
Lose this, right? We're going to lose this again?
Look at that. Look at that. He was almost going to go, but then he's like, oh, wait. Oh, that's me. He just like told himself to bring back himself together.
Lose this, right? We're going to lose this again? Same way?
I guess she came back too, kind of quick. But that's true, Carly. Bananas have more sugar. Well, I don't know about that, though. More sugar than a lot of candy. Let's find out. Banana is really like sugary sweet. Banana, sugar. 14 grams. So 14 grams is not that bad. If it's a medium-sized banana, 14 grams of sugar. You'd be surprised. These candies, I'm a Skittles guy. I know Skittles loaded. I think like a 2-liter thing of soda. No, probably not. Skittles, sugar amount. 47 grams in just one pack. What's another popular thing? Not Starburst. I was gonna do. Can't think of anything else. I love Skittles. Natural, yeah. But that sugar's probably better than candy sugar. Peanut butter's not actually that bad either, and you can get a low, natural, organic, low sugar one. Peanut butter does not have a lot of sugar, unless you're getting one of these crazy ones. You can get the ones without sugar, like the all natural. This one says 3 grams. And I think a teaspoon, 2 tablespoons. I mean, they have ones where it's no sugar added. Peanut butter is actually really, really not bad for you at all. Especially if you have it in moderation. A lot of protein. You got some fats in there too. A little bit of fiber. So Crumb says then have it every meal. Peanut butter and jelly. Jelly's probably worse for you, but still. grapes. Yeah, I have some peanut butter in the fridge too. That's like low, barely any sugar in there. I sometimes take a little tablespoon of it. Allison said, "I don't think these people bought organic. Probably not." Gatorade can be pretty sugary. I just found the other day there's a Gatorade that has one that comes with stevia, which shocked me. I might have one left, and it doesn't have all that other sugar in there. That's the interesting thing. Allegedly innocent. They're saying that he had a normal BMI, and I don't know. The doctor was a little reluctant to say that, to repeat it. But these medical records are from 2021, which they said was the last ones before he ran away. Beetle. Stevia is not bad. Come on. You rather have regular sugar than stevia? A low normal. Well, he first said normal, but then he tried to say low normal. I think he ran away twice. And I think they were for a couple of days, I believe. It wasn't anything like a long period of time. Jen says, F the protein, I just want to taste the rainbow. Stevia is way better than you taking regular sugar and just putting it in your coffee or in your drinks or whatever. It's not like Splenda, even though Splenda does have a stevia version. Stevia is a sugar substitute made from the leaves of the stevia plant. It's about 100 to 300 times sweeter than table sugar, but has no carbohydrates, calories, or artificial ingredients. Not everyone likes the way it tastes. Some people find it bitter, but others think stevia tastes much like menthol. Stevia is 30 times sweeter than sugar. It's unprocessed form, and 250 to 300 times sweeter once it has been purified. It comes from a plant. Stevia leaves. And you don't really need a lot of it. You put a very little bit. I think it's way better. You rather go drink a soda, versus like having a little, I don't know, water or like a little homemade lemonade. With my lemonade, I don't even put sugar. I like lemonade just the way it is, but some people feel like they have to put sugar. But if you're gonna put a little stevia versus like some crap loaded with like all this sugar, man. Well, honey has a bunch of sugar in it too. You can't really do keto and honey. I mean, you could have like a teaspoon of it if you're feeling the symptoms of like from not having no sugar. You can have like a teaspoon, but you're gonna put honey in everything. I love honey with tea, but Truvia is the best organic sweetener. I think Truvia is stevia. I think it's a brand. Let me see, Truvia. Yeah, Truvia is that is a good brand. That is from that's stevia. To me, that's the best one. I haven't really tried monk fruit too much. I rarely even use it myself, stevia, but once in a while. Have you tried soda Zevia, maybe stevia? No, I haven't. everything is processed. Oh no, Tracy. Tracy said, I'm addicted to, I forgot how to say that. Aspartame, which is probably equivalent to drinking battery acid. How are you addicted to that? There's so much other, and that's in a lot of different things. Drinks. Yeah, they said that one's bad for you. I mean, it's all bad for you, I guess. Super size me guy. That doesn't taste like menthol to me. But some people don't like it. Some people don't like the stevia. I think you just have to put very little in there. It's very strong. It's like a very concentrated sweetener. Hmm. Learned that in Oz, pissing on a lemon tree. As far as what they're saying with Ronan, so what they got him at, what, 17 months, I think? Because it seemed like the defense was trying to argue that, yeah, maybe he had gotten this before in the orphanage, which I think I don't. I feel like it's more likely whatever happened to him after. Not saying that you can't be traumatized at that age, as a baby, but you guys think it would be cool to have different camera angles, or would that be doing too much? Like, I'm not even sure what I would have an angle of. But I saw this YouTuber; it looked kind of dope. That he has, I think it's Recovery Addict. I think he has like two angles. I think it's him. I don't know if I'm thinking of somebody else. But like, what? I thought about it. Maybe I'm just looking at stuff to add, just because. Maybe that's like too much. Like an angle, just like over there, looking over here, just to click on something, just to shift it for no reason. I don't know. But like, what would you see, right? Just the background here. I don't know, the side of the computer, all the wires behind this desk. I'd have to clean up. I'd have to get this wire thing and like tie it up. What would you really see? Me in shorts, I guess. The shorts that I'm wearing. Too much, right? I think it's probably too much. Do all that shit for a while. I thought about it though, but I was like, he has like a cool studio setup. I mean, this is just like my living room area, the computer desk, which looks nice. And but this like what for what? I don't know. Do it. Hoochie daddy shorts. Leg cam. Could do a leg cam. Some people got weird. What about you get a pet? Only for the purposes of putting something on the camera when I stream. Let me see. Oh, that's nice. Oh yeah, that one's supposed to be good too. Gypsy girl, thank you for the super chat. Says erythritol. Bama, thanks for the super chat earlier too. Says, did the defense forget Roden isn't on trial? Gypsy girl, thank you for the 9 months. 2 hours ago, said we need to talk about Kevin. Who's Kevin? What? Plant cam. No, I really don't need a pet, bro. No. I'm struggling with the plants. I don't need a pet. It's something that survives on its own. Something that just eats off of dirt. A leech. Not a leech. What else? The suckerfish? Or a crab? A piston thing. A piston. What are the piston shrimp? Yeah, if I got a piston shrimp, maybe we get a cam just for the piston shrimp. I could put it right on the desk. No, okay. Plants are kind of pets. Yeah, I didn't realize that when getting this lemon thing. The other ones are self-sufficient, the other plants. This other one almost died too. Hold on, let me show you. This game a little bit of want water. But this one almost died because apparently this one doesn't like the sun. And so I had to move it out of the sun. It doesn't like the direct sun, so I moved it like towards the kitchen. It had a couple of dead leaves or dead whatever. I cut it off, but as you can see now, this is coming out. Once I moved it, changed it out of the lighting, and I like the particular spot. It's starting to come out, blooming or whatever. It's coming back, whatever this is. What's a snake plant? I want a plant that's alive too. I want some that. I heard those Venus things aren't that interesting. Those Venus plants, they're kind of slow, and I want something that's like aggressive.
Presiding. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. May be seated.
You got to feed. This is a plant you got to feed it live.
Well, you ready to continue with your cross?
I am.
All right, Mark, you may bring the jurors in.
Yes.
Plant a camera on the lemon tree. Jacqueline, no, I haven't. I've thought of it though. I haven't really talked to the plants. Maybe I don't. I mean, they can hear me in here, right? When I'm talking to you guys. Stop to talk to them
directly. Do you have
directly.
an idea of how much longer you're going to be?
The rest of the day.
Sorry, I don't.
Sure. All rise.
Snake plant are easy. I don't really like lizards too much. They're cool, but I wouldn't want to maintain a lizard.
All right, everyone may be seated. Mr. Waheed, you may continue with your cross-examination.
Thank
Snake
you,
plant.
Judge.
Take a look.
Doctor, we're going through some of the items that you reviewed that would form your opinion. So Ronan was also diagnosed at some point in the records with ADHD. Can you tell us what that is?
Are we all?
Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder affects about 5% of kids, and they have trouble paying attention, concentrating, completing tasks, sitting still. That's also called hyperactivity, where they have trouble.
And that was, he was about 10 years old back then.
Yes, in that neighborhood.
And so well, first, based on your review of the records, would you concur with that opinion?
What doesn't seem to support it is the teacher complaints that occasionally occur aren't about he's not paying attention or he's getting bad grades because he can't concentrate or finish his work. So the teacher reports don't really support ADHD very well. And then when I see him for instance, on his lengthy CPT interview, he doesn't show any hyperactivity at all, and he's concentrating and he pays attention to everything that's said to him and responds appropriately. So, and then also the video in his box, he doesn't seem hyperactive in there most of the time. So I really felt like that may not be at all a accurate diagnosis.
Well, so this was when he was about 10. You didn't have the CPT interview when he was 10. You didn't have videos when he was 10. So based on the review of records up until he's 10, with the chief complaints about essentially what we just talked about before the break, which, the acting out, temper tantrums, the focus issues that are in the report that we just went through before the break, through all of those things. So just knowing what someone would know in the record up until the point where he's about 10, based on that, would you concur, if you were to go back in your DeLorean to that time and you were making the diagnosis, would you agree that that could have been a valid diagnosis when he's about 10?
It could have been, but when you look at these notes, for instance, when he's 8, he's described as getting along with children and he responds to discipline. Other notes around that time describe normal mental status examination, normal behavior, going back in the pediatric notes. So that doesn't really fit with ADHD.
What would you opine is a treatment for ADHD?
If the child has ADHD, if it's on the milder side, you can try behavioral interventions and modifying the environment and having them move their desk up to the front of the room so they're less distracted by the kids around them. And then when you get to moderate or severe cases, you generally have to go to medication.
Medication like clonidine.
That's a second level medication. There's sort of the first tier medications are still the stimulant medications like Ritalin.
Okay. What's 10X? TENEX.
That's a medicine like guanfacine. I'm sorry, like clonidine. It's called guanfacine. It's a similar blood pressure medicine, actually, but it was found to work for ADHD as well, to be helpful for it.
And based on your review of the records, you're familiar that Ronan was prescribed these medications?
Yes.
Okay. And is it, do you know that, so Dr. Tom Rickenbacker found that he had ADHD and also the reactive attachment disorder, correct? At the same time?
I have to refresh my memory. I think he was considering reactive attachment disorder also. I thought the wording was that there's RAD issues, but maybe he made the diagnosis.
I can refresh your recollection if you want.
Okay.
My pleasure.
You can approach.
Thank you.
Yeah, just let's have the protocol that you show it to counsel first before you approach the witness.
Show it first to her.
Yeah. So it's the.
Ritalin. Ritalin for me, I've tried Ritalin. It was all right. It to me, it was like less stronger than Adderall. It wasn't for me. It wasn't bad, but I've heard that people had bad reactions to that.
Does that help refresh your recollection?
It does, yes.
So it's fair to say that back in 2019, Ronan was diagnosed with reactive attachment disorder, and ADHD.
Yes, I don't believe Dr. Rickenbacker had the entire story at that time. I don't see any mention of, that's 2019, around the time that Ronan would have been starting to be isolated and put in the box, to my understanding. So you if he didn't know that, that could be the reason why he's roaming around at night inside the cell, and that he's having behavior problems at school.
All right. So you didn't agree with the ODD, oppositional defiance disorder diagnosis. You don't agree with the ADHD diagnosis here. What about the RAD diagnosis?
And again, I'm questioning those diagnoses because I think there's conflicting information, and the people who were assessing him at the time, I don't believe had the full picture.
All right. Now it's fair to say though they were closer to the opportunity to assess than you are sitting here, correct?
As far as being in the room with him, yes, but they didn't have the benefit of many, many years of observations and records on him. They would not have been provided that or had the time to review all that anyway.
All right. So is that your opinion because you believe that, I just want to be right about this. I think what you just said is that because they don't know that this is generally what you said. They don't know that he, Ronan, I assume, was in the box, the room, at the time, and that's an added fact that makes a difference for you, correct?
It does, yes. Again, because maltreatment can look like ADHD. And all these diagnoses say you have to exclude any other potential cause for this before you make, say, a diagnosis of ODD or ADHD.
But earlier when we were talking about Kathleen Martin and her family counseling associate records, those were in 2015. There's no allegation anywhere in the record that Ronan was in that room in the garage in 2015, correct?
Correct.
But he's still acting out and doing all these things and, being disruptive and throwing tantrums and uncontrollable, correct?
It's not like he's always like that. I mean, I didn't see any really big school problems at that time.
So when you say
that's the history that is coming out from I believe, a parent. And then when she's in the room with him, he comes across as a pretty normal kid.
When who's in the room with who?
Ms. Martin is in the room with Ronan for those 2-hour sessions. And the pediatric records around that time aren't real documentary of extreme behavior problems either.
But after she's in the room with him for those sessions, she still opines he has oppositional defiance disorder, though, correct? And he's still not, in a room in the garage at this point.
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay. But you still don't think you think you're in a better position to now decide he did not have ODD back in 2015. Is that it?
What I tried to explain was I would want more information so that I could feel comfortable ruling in or ruling out that diagnosis. And I just don't know. I really just don't know. I don't have enough information.
So it's fair to say also you don't have enough information to say that Kathleen Martin's diagnosis is incorrect back in 2015.
Or
right?
Correct. That's right. Either way.
All right. Would that also apply to the psychiatrist, Dr. Tom Rickenbacher's opinions? You don't have enough information to decide whether it is or isn't accurate? Is that your opinion?
It is, yes.
All right. Let's talk about, so as part of the basis of your opinion, you reviewed medical records, but you also reviewed school records, correct?
Yes.
All right. And those were school records from 2 different schools, correct?
Yes.
Independence Middle School and Basis Academy, correct?
Yes.
I believe Independence Middle School is earlier in time. Let me say that again. I believe Basis Academy is earlier in time.
Right.
All right. And so you reviewed those log entries, right? And
I have, yes.
So it's fair to say that there's a series of incidences where Ronan does something at school. The school basically reaches out to the parents, tells them what he did wrong, and then the parents respond, often the exact same day by email.
Objection as to hearsay.
I haven't.
Let him finish his question, Ms. Copeland, then you can make your objection. But you are, let me have you approach.
What do you guys think the judge is being frustrated about? Is the attorney questioning? Yeah, Shavir, for the new people that are joining, if you're wondering about what there was to watch today, this is it. Just the only thing I would rewind to this witness. I think later after the stream, I'm going to clip there was 2 times today where there was some interesting arguing back and forth where the white noise was playing. I'm just going to clip that and put it on the backup channel. I'm going to timestamp this so people know they can just skip towards the end. And I'll try to, for the other days, I'll just try to do some quick timestamps so people know like what's important to watch, and you can skip the rest. You don't have to spend a whole bunch of time. And I do have a playlist too. It's on my front page of my YouTube channel for this trial, and I have a playlist in the description as well. And this is a short trial, so by next week I think they'll be done. So it's just getting our feet wet. I don't really know. There's a bunch of stuff coming up. I joined a Discord that follows all these trials called As the Gavel Drops. So I'm going to be looking through there. I might even have some other mods join up maybe so they can help me keep track. There is quite a few things coming up, a lot of cases that I never heard of before. So we'll see. And of course, we'll just mix in regular stories as well too, in between. So, and I'm trying to kind of work out and tweak the issues from my computer, which I fixed some of them. There's just one current issue. For the people that watch me all the time, you know. So if I don't restart the computer before stream, the audio is out of sync for the video that I'm playing. Me talking is in sync, but the video that I'm playing is out of sync. I think it's some sort of codec issue with the computer. I think I'm gonna talk to Luffy later today to try to another fix. Hopefully a solution to that.
Okay. All right, objection sustained. All right, you can rephrase and move on, Mr. Waheed.
All right. So before we start getting into this, one of the things that you opined earlier was that Tim Ferriter, his conduct was malicious. Remember that?
I do, yes.
So my understanding is malicious means wrongful, intentional, without legal justification, something where that a reasonable parent would not have engaged in that conduct towards a child for any valid reason, and that the primary purpose of the act was to cause the victim unjustifiable pain and injury. Is that what you meant by malicious?
I'm going to object. It's to improper opinion, legal definition.
Overruled. You can answer, sir, if that's what you meant.
That, I wouldn't have probably given that definition verbatim, but that seems to describe it, yes.
Okay.
Mean, cruel, not called for, inappropriate, potentially harmful, or even life-threatening.
And malicious is it in the, well, let me ask you a question. What is the DSM-5?
The Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, and it's the 5th edition. It's been around since, I believe, 1952. It's produced by the American Psychiatric Association, and it attempts to list every mental disorder that can affect human beings. And it's got hundreds of diagnoses in it, and it has descriptions and the criteria you would need to meet each of those diagnoses.
And is malicious a diagnosis in the DSM-5?
No.
No. Okay. So malicious is not a psychiatric diagnosis by you, correct?
Correct.
DSM-5.
It's really a lay opinion, correct? Because it's not a psychiatric opinion, which is what you're an expert at, correct?
It's a reflection on personality traits.
But since it's not in the DSM-5, it's fair to say it is not a psychiatric diagnosis, and that is your area of expertise, right?
Well, human behavior would be my area of expertise as well, and personality.
So I don't think you answered my question. So the question is that malicious not being in the DSM-5 and therefore not being a psychiatric diagnosis, to opine that someone's malicious would not be a psychiatric opinion, correct? It would not require your specialty, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so that opinion is you as a layperson. That's your opinion, just as like it would be mine or anyone in the audience.
No, I'm making a clinical assessment of a parent's behavior towards their child. It's a clinical observation based on video evidence, based on other evidence, and based on working with abused children my entire career, as well as abusive parents. And malicious may be an adjective in the DSM, I don't know. We'd have to look in the index. It may be related to certain disorders.
I looked at it. I couldn't find it, but if you find it, please let me know. So,
Sustained. Jury's instructed to disregard counsel's comments about his efforts at finding it in the DSM manual.
Ooh, it's spicy.
Let's go back to now the school record. So, your opinion was that the parents' conduct was malicious. That there was, in other words, and I'm going to have to use some lay terms here, they didn't care at all about this kid, correct? That's what you're saying?
I never said that.
So I need a better understanding of where do you get malicious from?
To my understanding, it's a synonym for cruel or mean.
Okay. So you think they're cruel or mean?
Their behaviors, yes.
Okay. Towards Ronan?
Yes.
Okay. So there's examples at basics where Ronan gets in trouble and school reaches out to the parents and the parents respond essentially saying they will now take care of that with some form of either talking to Ronan or some other form of punishment, correct?
I hope talking to him wouldn't be a form of punishment.
Well, some form of punishment.
Right, they're going to respond, yes.
Okay, just so my record's clear on that. I'm not trying to say that they are the same. It's a or. So in other words, I'll say it again so we're clear for the record, is that school would reach out to the parents and say, Ronan did this in school. And here's the harm it created. And then very, very soon thereafter, usually within the same day, the parents would respond apologizing to the school and saying that they will, in some cases, they said they'll speak to Ronan and they'll have a conversation with him, correct?
I believe so.
And in some cases, they said they will take corrective action with him, correct?
Something like that, yes.
Okay. In your opinion, you've done a lot of work with in the area of juvenile crime, in the area of juveniles. Would that be considered an appropriate parenting technique, their response?
It's not really a parenting technique. They're responding and letting the school know we hear what you said and we're going to deal with it. It really doesn't reflect on the quality or acceptability or appropriateness of the parenting technique. I mean, nowhere did they respond and say, okay, we're going to build a cell and isolate him for 2.5 or 3 years.
And in your review of the records, some of those instances that happened at Basics actually hurt other children, correct?
That's not entirely accurate. I don't know of any child that was significantly hurt.
I didn't use the word significantly. I just said hurt other children.
Well, you have to look at each one in context, and there's several of them over the course of, over the course of 4.5 or so years of school records. There was several instances of conflict that got physical, and I think one of the first ones was a boy kicked Ronan in the leg at recess, and then he hit him once back. So it wasn't even Ronan who apparently did the hit first. He got hit, and he was responding defensively.
Sure, mutual combat. Both children got punished, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. There's also a situation, though, where Ronan took his finger and thumb and pushed it up against a boy's neck, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that would be hurting another child, no?
That boy was, according to the teacher, was not being nice either. So
is that a reason to do that, doctor? Is that a reason to?
Let him finish his answer, counsel, before you cut him off. Finish your answer, sir.
Yeah, it's not, I don't see Ronan as acting in a vacuum. He just goes up and pushes his thumb into some boy's throat. There was an interaction with them. He took a pocket full of Legos to school, and I believe it was the boy snitched on him and said, hey, he's got Legos. And so the teacher took his Legos away, and Ronan was upset. And then they got into this issue. But the other thing that makes me think of is he recreating the trauma, what he's been through, where he's been grabbed by the neck and pinned up against the wall and choked? Is he reenacting the trauma he's been through?
You also said just now that Ronan's not acting in a vacuum. It's fair to say that the parents are also not acting here in a vacuum, that they're reacting to Ronan?
I'm going to object in proper opinion.
Overruled. You can answer it if you know.
Help me. What do you mean reacting to Ronan?
Well, Ronan is acting out and seems to be uncontrollable, and they are trying to do what parents are supposed to do, control their child.
We're getting into which comes first, the chicken or the egg. Did their escalating of abuse of Ronan cause his behavior to get worse and worse, and it just became a vicious cycle? And the worse he was mistreated, the worse he behaved? I mean, that's kind of what it looks like to me, because we don't have a whole lot of behavior problems going on before he was, say, 8, and then it seemed to start around that time.
Well,
and they had him
where
up until that point for 6, from the pediatric records, really, are the main things, and they never took him to any sort of counseling. There's no school records with complaints of Ronan's behavior before age 8.
So it's fair to say that we are how do I word this? Can I come sidebar, Judge?
You can.
Oh, he's kind of spicy, un poquito caliente. He's kind of getting snippy, but the doctor's kind of getting fighting back too a bit, because the doctor was like, well, maybe he's just recreating the ish that was done to him, this choking stuff or whatever. That was a good comeback. But then the attorney was like, oh, I forgot what he meant by the vacuum thing. Oh, he was like, well, is it possible that the parents were in a vacuum and they're just responding to a child that's acting out, and isn't it that parent's job to control a child? And the whole corporal punishment thing, again, I'm not for corporal punishment. That's just me. But there's a lot of parents out there that are for that. They argue for that. You know? The only thing I say with corporal punishment, too, is I think some people get out of control with it. And so that's the other thing, too, is people are doing it in anger. Jacqueline says that the RM is fighting for abused kids. Oh, the doctor. Everywhere right now. He is a hero for that. He's getting a little frustrated. But still holding it down.
Objection is sustained.
Oh, sustained.
Just because you don't have records before the age of 8, that's why you're saying that, correct?
That and the pediatric records don't suggest any problems with his behavior. They refer to normal mood, normal development, reaching his milestones on time.
But you weren't provided any of the school records or any other records before that age, correct?
Correct.
So
from school.
Sure.
Any other records from school.
Or any other therapy or other mental health records or anything like that?
Well, I have a mental status exam, in essence, from when he was 17 months old, when Dr. I think it's Halavy assessed him, I think, in Vietnam. And he was described as smiling, laughing, walking, running, and climbing, and his fine motor skills were good. So he was actually not showing the full effects of being just sort of this non-reactive, non-responding sort of infant that's been completely neglected.
So you have other than that, you have no other mental health or therapy or school records before the age of 8?
No.
All right. And that is why you're saying that there weren't any. That's your basis to say why there weren't any incidents before the age of 8.
I didn't see any.
Because you don't have those records, right?
Sustained.
Unanswered.
Sustained. Move on.
Asked and answered.
So when he goes to Independence, we see a similar pattern, correct? Where
Ms. Coakley, let him finish his question. Restate your question, Mr. White, so I can capture it.
Sure. We see a similar pattern that we saw at Basics, where there's an incident that happens with Ronan in school. School reaches out to the parent, and the parent says that they will they'll talk to him, they'll do something about it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And there's a point in time where that's like almost every month, right? In 2019.
Approach.
She's objecting, saying to factually incorrect. That Independence, maybe you guys can correct me. That's the middle school they're talking about, I think, right? I thought they said like Independence. I want to write on this. Write on something else. Independence. That's the middle school he was going to. So he was saying like it was at one point. Then he said what, every week or something? I hope there's a chase. Frumple, we need a chase, man. Last night, every hour there was like something about to happen and it didn't happen. We're overdue for chases. I mean, are we really? We really had a really good one the other night too, but crimes have consequences. That this attorney is not a good attorney. I feel like I kind of almost agree with Hoax and that like
the objection is sustained.
He's kind of missing.
Rephrase, please.
He seems decent, but he's missing. I think the other one's better. The other attorney that the defense has.
So,
the lady.
I'm going to talk through the
She's
year
savage
of
too, though.
2019. It's 2 schools. So he was at Immaculate Heart, and then he is at for the first part of the year, and then at Basis the next part of the year. So looking at 2019. Just in February, March, April, just in those months, there seems to be an incident. There's at least 5 incidents, correct? A very short span of time.
In which month?
Late February of 2019 through early April of 2019.
I tried to list them out. I may have missed some, but I have 12 of them over a period of 4.5 years, 12 teacher communications with the parents about Ronan, the behaviors.
All right. So that's
probably out of 800 school days. I've got roughly 12 complaints.
So the question, though, is in a very short span of time, from February 28th to April 5th, there are 6 incidents where the school has to reach out to the parents in a manner we just talked about, where they are complaining about his acting out his behavior, injuring other children during recess, or taking electrical items, calculators, whatever from other kids. And the parents respond to each one of those within a day, saying that they will take some corrective action.
And what period are you saying that starts in? What month and year?
February 28th, 2019.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
So there's February 28th, 2019. I have March 8th, 2019, March 16th, March 22, March 27th, April 5th. Correct?
I don't have all those. I'm not sure if they're related or not. I have the the February 28th, 2019 one marked down, where he got into an altercation with another boy, and they were both throwing punches.
So the question I have, first, I can't ask the question until I know. Are you agreeing or disagreeing with the foundation of what I'm saying?
I didn't document all those, so if you want to show them to me, if there's 6 of them there or 5 of them, I don't have those documented. But if they're all about the same incident, that's why I would not have documented all 5 instances. If it's just more about the same incident.
The different incidences. Each is a different incident. I understand your question. So I can show you. Hang on.
Do you need to approach?
I do, Judge. I just need to get organized first.
All right, you may approach.
Okay. Yeah, they're having kind of trouble. This is probably going to take.
Ms. Coakley, we need to get a microphone in your hand when you make your objections. I got spanked from recording that they couldn't hear you, so I'm putting it on you now. Use the mic. I've yet to go to trial yet where I didn't get that call from recording, so.
Thank you.
And when you're walking away, if you're talking to Mr. Waheed, you need to have the mic.
Okay. Doing some stuff behind the scenes. Yeah, so today I think we're going up until 5 or 10 minutes before 5. Tomorrow we're supposed to have a longer day. So tomorrow the chat
Mark,
told
do we
me
have a second handheld? Let's put that on the podium for Mr. Wahid.
8:30 a.m.
Just take it up to him if he's going to be talking.
Eastern until 6. Is it 6 or 6:30? I think 6 tomorrow.
Okay.
6 or 6:30.
So for the record, just showing the witness for his.
Oh, did I get disconnected? Chat disconnected.
Thank you.
The connection's good.
Oh, missed one.
That was weird. The chat disconnected, reconnected. 8:30 to 6. Okay, so tomorrow we got a long
So when
day.
you're done looking at the documents that are being used to refresh your recollection, you'll put them down, turn them over, and then you'll be asked if that refreshes your recollection.
Oh, Mo, I sent you the Discord link. Oh, I'll put that Discord link in the admin chat. After the stream, I'll post it for everybody in Discord after we get off, so people can see. Yeah, if the admins, especially when I join up that has the gavel drops Discord, we got a lot of trial information there. I'll put the link in the chat as well. It's in the description too, but for those people that are into Discord. Wait, what? What chase? It says a chase now. Don't say that. End the stream. I can just put it up. Oh, wait.
Okay, see if I can remember those.
No chase.
I'll leave them there for a minute. Sorry, Judge.
That's all right.
All right. So during the time period of, and I actually forgot a couple. There's a January and another February here. Can I think about it?
You can approach if you need to show it to him.
Judge. All right. So the question I was asking you earlier is, and I had said 5 or 6. I now count, and I've tried to help refresh recollection about 8 incidents from January 29th, 2019 through April 5th of 2019, where the school reached out to the parents with incidents that had taken place with Ronan.
Right, so the question is, has his recollection been refreshed? That's the first question we have to get to before we talk about what his refreshed recollection
Agreed.
is.
I'm just giving context.
Yeah, but my concern is in the method of questioning. Let's find out if his recollection's been refreshed first.
Has your recollection been refreshed, sir?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So there were incidences on January 29th of 19, February 15th of 19, February 28th of 19, March 8th of 19, March 16th of 19, March 22nd of 19, March 27th of 19, April 5th of 19 at the school, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at each time, in each of those incidents, it ranged from some injury to another student to some property damage or theft, correct?
No. One of them is he had, I believe, green sprinkles in his possession. Another one was he took some snacks from another student. Another one was he was found in possession of a Texas Instruments calculator. Another one was he did something to a computer regarding the coding or something. He was trying to get to a game on that computer. And then the one we talked about already, we had a fight with a boy on the playground. I mean, they threw some punches. And then, let's see, another one was he kicked a ball at another student multiple times. And then, so
how was that?
I didn't see where anybody was injured or hurt. I mean, and many of these are regarding items he had in his possession or messing with the computer or having sprinkles.
Sprinkles which he had stolen, right? Those were not his sprinkles.
Sprinkles.
Correct?
I'm not sure where he got the sprinkles.
I'm going by the documents you reviewed. And when you're saying not injured, isn't there literally on the February 28th, 2019, where the note says he has this is an ongoing pattern of Ronan injuring children at recess. Correct?
If it says that, yes.
You can look at it. It's in front of you.
Did they say that for real? The teacher at school wrote that? Love.
I thought I had them in order. You did say February 19th.
I said February 28th. 28. Okay.
Oh, shoot. Oh, sorry. No cursing. He broke down the numbers. 2-8. No, just kidding.
Yes, it does say that.
And when
he is assigned an after-school detention for 1 hour.
Okay, fair. And you said one of the examples when I said theft, you said, well, he was just found with a Texas Instruments calculator. That was a stolen calculator, correct? The parents are the ones.
It was not his. That's correct.
The parents found it and contacted the school to say he's got this calculator. It's not his.
Right, I believe that's right.
And the school said, oh, we've been looking for that. It's another student.
Objective to hearsay.
Sustained.
So you'd agree that of the incidents, we have injuring other children, we have theft, correct? We have those two so far.
Yes.
All right. And it's appropriate for parents to react to that in a way to try and curb that type of behavior of their child, correct?
It depends on how they react. But yes, they should deal with it appropriately, yes.
So, and we went through the medical records already, but at this time, he's already been seeing a therapist. He has also seen a psychiatrist, Dr. Rickenbacker, at this point already, and this conduct continues to happen, correct?
Well, you're bringing up a lot of things from 2019, and that's around the time he was put in the box. So how much of this is acting out from being put in the box? Well, it would be my first question, because you do document a blip up, a increase in his behavior issues at school.
Well, I went through before the other, I went through all of the records before that as well, and we can keep going through records in 2018. I could do those too, and you have them. And if you want, we can go through 2018.
Let's go. No, let's go.
Sustain.
Well, is it your position that this acting out that I just went through in 2019 did not occur in 2018?
We talked about some of the things that happened before, like the boy who kicked him on the field, and then he punched the boy, and then the Legos incident,
and the finger and thumb incident.
Yes.
Okay. So there were things in 2018 as well.
Yes.
Going from February of 2018 all the way to December of 2018.
I have October of 18, but maybe there was one in December that I didn't document.
So on direct, you talked a bit about the him being in essentially solitary confinement, correct?
Yes.
So it's your position that he was in that room 14 to 16 hours on a daily basis. Yes?
It's not my position, it's what the records reflect.
Which records?
All of them put together, CPT records, police interviews, collateral interviews, for instance, what Fiona said.
You testified on direct, you reviewed 40 videos, ring videos, correct?
About that, yes.
And that's out of approximately 21,000 ring videos, correct?
I don't know how many there were. I know there was a whole lot of many videos.
So the 40 that the state selected to give you are the ones you reviewed?
Correct.
And it is your opinion from the review of those 40 videos, is that where you get your 14 to 16 hours on a daily basis that he's in his room? We're talking about January, right? January 22.
Yes.
Okay. That's where you get that information? From the ring videos? I just don't know the basis of
No, I didn't get it from the ring videos, no. But the ring videos corroborate that history, that he would be woken up in the morning, he'd be asked, is it dirty, referring to the plastic bucket. Then I believe he was allowed to go on to the bathroom, then he'd go back in the box, and then the mother would take the children to school, and then she would come back and get him around 9, and then he would go back in the box after school, say, I don't know, 4:30, whatever the math would be.
Are you aware that
4:30 p.m., of course.
So I'm trying to understand the basis of where you're getting that number. That's all. So I said, is it from the 40 videos? You said it's not just from that, it's from the record. So what are you talking about? Where do you get that from? You said the CPT, that was one thing you said. So who in the CPT said that? CPT record?
Ronan.
Okay. Ronan said he was in there 14 to 16 hours per day?
What I had was a ballpark of when he left the house, when he was let out of the box, and then when he got home from after school, when he was put in the box. And then he was kept in the box, my understanding, almost every night, fed in the box after everybody else had ate. And then he stayed in the box throughout the night until he was let out in the morning. So if you add up the hours, it's probably, I don't know, even if you went 5 o'clock to midnight, that's 7. Then midnight to 8 is 8, so that's 15 hours. I'm just ballparking it. I don't have an exact number of hours.
If I were to tell you that if the evidence were to show that it is no more than 10 hours a night, and at most, on occasion, a 3-hour block during a day, would that change your opinion in any way as to whether or not, and I'm not sure what your opinion was here, whether or not it was malicious?
Any amount of solitary confinement for hours to me is unacceptable. There's no justification for it, and it's cruel.
Okay. So it wouldn't change your opinion?
No.
So the lessening of hours wouldn't change your opinion?
No.
Okay. And so if I were to tell you that...
Let him finish the question before you make your objection. Go ahead, Mr. White.
Sure. If I were to tell you that, hypothetically, that that he was out with family on various occasions, he participated in community events or any of those types of things, would that change your opinion in any way?
I'm aware of those episodes of being out and about. So no, I've already taken those into consideration.
If I were to tell you that he was provided a breakfast every morning from his mother, would that change your opinion in any way?
I'm aware of that already, except there were some mornings he didn't get breakfast, and it's on the Ring video as well. Him being handed, say, a banana with some peanut butter on bread.
And the banana with peanut butter on bread is not breakfast, in your opinion?
I didn't say that.
Oh.
No.
Okay, so you said he was not given breakfast. He was handed a banana with peanut butter on bread. That's what you just said.
No, I said some days he did not get breakfast.
Okay, and then other days he got, as you said, a banana with peanut butter on bread.
My understanding, most days he was given breakfast.
So, on direct, by the way, you had said that you spoke to the issue of the banana with peanut butter on bread in the context of torture. Is it your opinion that it's torturous to get a banana with peanut butter on bread for breakfast?
No.
Okay, because I'm a big fan of banana and peanut butter mix. So
I am too.
Okay.
Oh, hell no.
And
get him out of here. Get the doctor out of here.
Is it your opinion, or would it change your opinion if you saw videos of Ronan eating dinner outside his room during that January of 22 time period?
He said that on 3 instances, he did have dinner with the family outside of the cell in January.
Yeah.
So about one out of every, whatever it would be, 10 days, he ate with the family dinner.
And would it change your opinion if going to the breakfast that he had breakfast outside his room, out in the kitchen?
I don't recall seeing information on how often he was out for breakfast. My impression was from reading all the materials that he didn't go out for breakfast, or very rarely.
Would it change your opinion if there were videos with him sitting on the couch watching TV with his dad?
Not really much, really.
My opinion about the okayness of solitary confinement? No, but I know that at times he was out of his cell and spent some time in the house with the family.
Uh-oh. Oh, you need help? Oh. Talking to the lady or the guy? Oh, no. Needs an alley-oop. Oh, no. Come on, man. Oh, no. Yeah, team huddle. Oh. Is that it for you? If that's it for you, that's it. Se acabó. So is that all they ever gave for breakfast, though? The PB and the peanut butter and bananas Some people love that. I wouldn't really particularly be a fan of that, but
So it's fair to say your opinion. So give me your opinion again, in like sum it up, because I'm a little vague on it. What is the opinion you are trying to, as an expert psychiatrist, convey to this jury?
I've given multiple opinions. What opinion would you like to know that I can repeat?
Something that a psychiatrist would opine on.
That the parents' treatment of Ronan was psychologically abusive. It was physical abusive. It was neglectful. It put him at serious risk of harm and health issues, or even worse. It was cruel. It was malicious. It was dehumanizing. It was degrading. It was very damaging to his identity, his self-esteem, his whole adjustment to life, being put in this kind of a solitary confinement situation.
And knowing what RAD is, and that there are, as we discussed already earlier, that we don't know what Ronan's first 17 months was like before he was adopted, are you taking the opinion that he does or does not suffer from reactive attachment disorder?
I would concur that he had signs of reactive attachment disorder when he was younger. In fact, one of the pieces of that was early on when he was an early toddler. His mother said that he was just really resistant to being cuddled, which is sort of a classic sign of reactive attachment disorder.
And that would be something in line with what would have happened to him in the first 17 months of his life, correct? That would have been that's a very likely cause for that reactive attachment disorder.
Knowing all we do, yes, that would line up.
Okay. And is it your opinion that that Tim Ferriter caused the reactive attachment disorder?
No.
Okay.
Did his behavior exacerbate it and bring signs of it back? I would say yes.
Mm-hmm.
But he didn't cause it. It was caused by his first 17 or so months in Vietnam.
You also know, though, from review of all the records we've already talked about here today, that he was given medical advice and he followed that advice, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are you aware if Mr. Ferriter was provided any medical advice to deal with the reactive attachment disorder?
What I'm aware of is that Ronan was taken to several counselors when he was younger, and what kind of struck me was he didn't stay with any counselor more than really a few sessions, and then he wouldn't go anymore, and then later he would go to another counselor and see them maybe once or twice or three times, and then it would stop. So I question why there was not consistency and follow through with the first or the second or the third counselor to try to treat his problems. I don't know the answer to that.
And if I were to tell you hypothetically that that Tim Ferriter was provided medical guidance from all the records we've looked at, and that he attempted to follow that as best he and his family could under the circumstances, would that change your opinion in any way?
Improper objection, improper question.
Approach.
Pretty tense. Pretty tense. Nicotine. What is this? Oh. What the hell? Oh. I think he got a little plus with the reactive thing. A little bit that, that came from his childhood. And I guess when he said his mother, Ronan's mother, he meant biological mother, I believe. I think, or was he talking about the adopted mother? But the doctor's also saying that, the father made it worse. And the box and all this treatment made it worse. So he does believe this reactive attachment. Something. I think it's a minor plus for them. Minor. Still doesn't, They're talking about the adopted mother? Okay. Okay. Ooh, I like this. It's kind of cool. I gotta figure out how to make it.
All right, the objection is sustained. You need to rephrase, Mr. Waheed.
So, Doctor, if Mr. Ferriter was provided medical advice and relied upon it, would that change your opinion?
About his treatment of Ronan and the solitary confinement or the physical abuse? I mean, no, I don't see how it would. I don't think any professional gave him advice to put your child in solitary confinement or physically abuse the child or withhold meals for punishment or take his one book away as punishment or turn the lights out. No, I don't. It wouldn't.
In terms of if any of the behavior of Tim Ferriter, what do you believe it was in response to Ronan? Because we had a conversation earlier about chicken and egg, or you did. So your position is that Mr. Ferriter's the chicken and Ronan's the egg. Based on that question I just asked you, which is if hypothetically Mr. Ferriter was provided medical advice and relied upon it in his journey with Ronan, would that change your opinion as to who's the chicken and who's the egg in this scenario?
The easy answer is no. I don't know how it would. But as I said earlier, Mr. Ferriter didn't cause the original reactive attachment disorder problem.
Correct. So did Mr. Ferriter? So the short answer you just gave is no, it wouldn't change your opinion. Correct.
Correct.
All right. On direct, you talked about the juvenile detention center. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you were talking about what the confinement looks like, correct?
Yes.
And you were talking about how it isn't pitch black in there.
Right.
All right. But there is a thing called lights out at a juvenile detention center, correct?
Yes, but there's enough lighting where officers can do their rounds and look in and see all the kids. So it's not pitch black, but the lights are dimmed down, so it's easier for the kids to sleep.
You wrote an article that I reviewed where you talked about the type of violence that happens at juvenile detention centers, correct?
You mean towards the kids?
Yes, towards the kids or from the kids to each other.
Object as to relevance.
Sustained. Unless you want to approach Mr. Wahid.
No.
That would have been kind of interesting.
It's fair to say you've written substantially on juvenile crime, correct?
Yes, juvenile violence and homicide in particular, yes.
And you're familiar with the term school to prison pipeline, correct?
Object as to relevance.
Sustained.
As far as you know, based on all the records you reviewed, Mr. Ferriter never called the police on his child, did he?
Object as to relevance.
Sustained.
Water break. Let me close this out.
Let me ask you about what are the options for parents who have a child with reactive attachment disorder in terms of private pay solutions?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Go sidebar, Judge, on that.
You can approach.
They're getting blocked, so the prosecution's doing pretty good though. They're stopping this guy almost every step of the way. Still gotta fix this thing's not fitting properly. They're stopping him every step of the way, kind of giving him a really hard time to try to get his point there, which just really breaks down the messages he's trying to get across because everything's just broken. By the time he comes back, I don't even know. Half of the time he doesn't even get to finish because they sustain the objection, or it's very, very, very broken up. So, I mean, I think they had a few little, like, good, maybe probably in there that helps them out, maybe, but I don't know that it's enough to really convince the jury. Make this smaller. I'm really curious, and this is why it really, really sucks that we can't see video during this trial, because the point that the defense made is like they only picked out these 40 videos, which to the prosecution is like, I mean, how many videos do you need of somebody being locked up in something potentially for that many hours, right? But then the defense is trying to argue and be like, well, I forgot what time they said. Was it like 5 or something? What's even 5? It is a long time. I wouldn't necessarily count somebody sleeping as like hours being locked in a thing, but he technically is locked in there, so, and he can't go to just the restroom, so I guess you should count that. But like even the whole thing from like 5, like that's a lot. Like,
All right, the objection is sustained.
all the way to the
Next
morning
question.
time, if that's what it is. It's like, what if I were to tell you it's only 10
Dr.
hours?
Now, a couple hours ago, I asked you about the ability to opine on a diagnosis without having evaluated a patient or an individual. And you'd asked me to show you the section. May I approach, Judge?
You can approach Ms. Coakley first.
I'm messing around with all kinds of things.
And then you can approach the witness,
Streamlabs.
Mr. Wade.
No video would change my mind. Well, that's true. I'm wondering what they plan to show. That's the point I was making. Is like we're not going to be able to see what the defense shows. We didn't get to see what the prosecution showed, unfortunately.
take the mic with you if you're going to be speaking.
Opine. I opine.
Showing you the section 7, and I think I earlier stated it was section 7 sub 3 of the Principles of Medical Ethics with annotations, especially applicable to psychiatrists.
Oh, snap. Pulling up the manual on them? What does he got?
This is called the Goldwater Rule. Had to do with Barry Goldwater when he was running for president, and there was a poll about whether he was fit to be president or not. That's where this came from. And I've been in committees trying to rewrite this because I was on the ethics committee for 18 years. So I'm very familiar with this. And that doesn't exclude us if we're asked for a professional opinion.
What is the rule?
This is the whole thing I just told you guys.
Been granted proper authorization for such a statement.
The Trump
being an expert witness for the court would be proper authorization to offer my professional opinions.
If you could just read the whole thing for the jury, just because they don't know what you're looking at.
Okay. On occasion, psychiatrists are asked for an opinion about an individual who is in the light of public attention and who has disclosed information about himself, herself through the media. That is, that person in the light of attention. In such circumstances, a psychiatrist may share with the public his or her expertise about psychiatric issues in general. However, it is unethical for a psychiatrist to offer a professional opinion unless he or she has conducted an examination and has been granted proper authorization for such a statement. And it should say there from that person in light of public attention. So this is really about talking heads getting on TV and talking about somebody and making a psychiatric diagnosis, say some serial killer or some other, typically those sorts of crimes, where the psychiatrist will make opinions without having done an examination.
There's no
without having anything to go on other than what they've learned about from, say, the media. So it's trying to stop that sort of attention-seeking behavior by people who like to get attention being on one of these talking head shows, to put it bluntly.
There's no exception in the rule, though, written, correct?
Unless you're granted appropriate legal authorization or whatever it is. Yes.
Thank you. No other questions?
All right.
That was bad.
Ms. Coker, how long do you expect on your redirect? Because we've been going over an hour. I want to give the jury.
That was so dumb.
I'm going to give the jury a 10-minute break then before we go to the redirect. It's 4:20. We'll be in recess until 4:30.
To me, that was like a last-ditch type of desperate effort. It's like the thing where I was saying earlier when I came from the lunch break, like with Trump, for example, where I mean I was watching this show.
All right, everyone can be seated. Before I let the attorneys go, my feeling is that we'll conclude with his redirect, and then we'll be done for the day.
I decided to put in a few more ring videos, and so I have the witness here just to put those in. That should be like 1 minute.
Okay, but my understanding was you have a substantial amount of other publications or publishing that you're going to do, so that's going to have to wait until tomorrow.
That's perfectly fine, Nora, but if I could I just put that witness on very quickly after that?
Oh, you have another witness?
Yeah, I'm just going to put the detective on again to see these.
All right, we need to squeeze every minute out of the day that we have, so if you can finish that witness and we don't keep the folks, because one of the jurors indicated a problem staying after 5 today, so I don't want to push that. All right, that'll be fine. Okay, all right, good enough. All right, sir, you can step down during the break and just obviously same instruction, don't speak with anyone regarding your testimony.
Yeah, it's like the whole thing. Like, I mean, I remember I was seeing a show one time, and this lady was kind of like, I mean, they have to just be careful what they say, but she was almost kind of diagnosing Trump without actually having physically
Did you hear that Judge Weiss is going to be
examined
my
him.
docket tomorrow? We'll start the trial at 8:30 tomorrow. Yeah.
And so for these medical professionals, like the psychiatrists and stuff, they're not supposed to do that. Like, they're not supposed to go. I mean, I guess they can somewhat give their opinion, but it's like a murky line. So he was trying to apply that here, but the thing is, it's like they asked him. He I guess he technically does have technical authorization to give his opinion. Though I still think they should have got the actual doctor that actually, whoever it was that actually examined, wrote in that could probably better speak on the thing. They just got a doctor that I guess they paid somebody to review what the other doctor said, which is kind of what they did in the Taylor thing too, I believe. So, but I don't know. Yeah, that last thing there, I was kind of like, I guess that was a last ditch effort type of thing, you know. Jacqueline says that's because they don't have access to files. In a court case, they do. Right. Well, that's a difference too. That's a good point. So I don't know, man. If I was this what's his name, Tim, I'd be kind of a little shaky. I mean, we'll still have to see. We'll have to see what the defense is going to bring. They still have to present their side. If we're going to look at it from like a juror's perspective, where you're supposed to hear both sides, you can't just, that's how you're supposed to do it. But I don't know. He might have missed out on that 2-year plea deal. He could have just had 2 years. Maybe he could have had it. They offered him a 2-year deal. And I just don't think he had this attorney. I tried to get the benefit of the doubt, but whatever message he was trying to convey, it just didn't translate well. I don't think he tried, but it just wasn't. I feel like he didn't. I don't know if he didn't. I mean, he's had to have planned, but whatever strategy he was doing, it was kind of. So I guess they're taking like a 10-minute break, and I don't know if they're going to continue with. It sounds like she got more videos, but I think they have a witness that's going to be short, a detective that they're going to bring back out, the prosecution. So maybe they're going to try to squeeze that in today to be done. And I mean, tomorrow, I guess we're still going to continue with this same person. All right. And Up-ish Creek says, I predict Tim will get 4 years, and for the 4 years they locked him in that box. That could be kind of interesting for as long as he was in there. I don't think he's going to get a crazy amount of time, though. I don't think, what were they saying, up to like 30-something years? I don't think he's getting 30 years. Especially with the testimony of the son, which you could say that's Stockholm Syndrome, whatever, but just saying forgive him and move on. And I don't see them giving him like a huge amount of time, but I don't know. It's probably going to be more than that plea deal. I wonder if he's going to testify too. That would be so interesting if the father testifies. Joy said this doctor defending every violent action, including hitting a kid that switched on him, kicking a ball, multiplying another kid. I mean, it would suck to be the child on the receiving end. Like if you have your kid that you're sending to school and they're telling you all this stuff is happening with some kid in school. I mean, as a parent on the other end, I'd be pretty pissed off and frustrated too if that was my end. I like in my head, from my perspective, at that time, I'm looking from the outside. So, but at that, I kind of like, I don't care what's going on with the other kid. You just need to stop doing whatever the hell you're doing to my kid because it's going to be a problem type of thing either. I'm not going to let you destroy the class and everybody in the class either. They need to, I don't know. That's where like, where did the intervention come in? Was there any kind of intervention? Carly says the judge would decide the sentence, and from the looks of it, he's not impressed with his father. I think he's looking at 30-something years max. I'll look at it again. I'll double check. Timothy Ferriter. It's like 30 years or 30, up to 35 years. Up to 35 years. I don't think he's getting all that time. But the plea deal that Timothy rejected was from the state. It was 24 months in prison with 5 years of probation. Most bullies are getting bullied. The behavior did not come from. I still like. I really do still think that a lot of that behavior does come from the home, though. When those kids are acting out of school, acting crazy and stuff. I mean, there could be some really nasty kids, man. I mean, and I think it's worse this day and age. Let's see. Is this a video? So. All right, let me see what else is going on. Well, the day's almost over. I'm gonna try to make sure I get myself some good sleep tonight. Again, that is pretty risky. That is pretty risky. I'm curious to see what the defense is gonna bring. Though they, like I said, that they've been saying I think they need about 2 days. So how much are they really gonna bring? Imagine they brought some of the other parents or something.
Judge Howard Coates presiding. All right, you may be seated.
If he had stabbed kids with pencils, then maybe, but stealing.
All right, all sides ready to proceed? All right, let's let the witness take the stand again. Do we have the witness?
You're on mute.
He did seem like a bored kid. I guess because I guess he's locked up and stuff. I might be bored too. And honestly, if I was in a box like that.
All right, Mark, as soon as the witness takes the stand, you can bring the jurors out.
That whole place would be torn up. There'd be piss and poop everywhere. I would tear it up. If I was like locked in, I didn't have a choice. After a while, I would just snap. That place would be a mess. The table, the dresser, whatever, turned over, the bed upside down. It would be a mess. They really have some video to show in this trial.
All rise.
Jury entering.
After a while, I would just like to be in confinement like that. I would lose it. I'd be reacting to. I put a poop right on the door handle. Whatever they got to open the door with, there'd be poop right there waiting for them when they open it.
All right, everyone may be seated.
No, that's connected.
All right, Ms. Coakley, you may go ahead and begin.
So just to go back to that Goldwater doctrine, are you allowed to opine on whether or not the President of the United States has a psychological condition based on their interviews on television?
No.
Are
It's
you
considered unethical to do that?
Would you be allowed to just watch the TV coverage of this case and come in and do an opinion?
Nope.
No.
Is it permissible to, as part of a court proceeding, review all the records involved and opine in certain circumstances?
Yes.
Opine.
Now, there was a lot of questioning on cross-examination about whether or not Tim Ferriter acting on the advice of medical personnel would change your opinion. Was there any indication in the records you reviewed that the defendant in this case was advised to treat his son how he did?
No, there was not.
Was there any indication from any of the people involved that it was appropriate to confine his child for multiple hours a day?
No.
Was there any indication that any medical professional ever told him that he should keep his child in a room in the dark for hours during the day?
No.
Was there any indication that any medical professional said that the child should be deprived of access to a bathroom?
No.
Would that be a medically acceptable treatment for any condition?
No. I
Now-
can't think of one.
What, you can't think of one?
I can't.
Now, I want to talk for a second about some of the specifics that you testified to. There was a little bit of a talk about the oppositional defiant disorder diagnosis by Miss Martin. Was she a doctor or a clinical licensed social worker?
She's a social worker.
So that wasn't a diagnosis that was done by a doctor.
Correct.
In addition, that was in the year, what year thereabouts was that?
That should have been 2015 when he was, let's see, 8.
2015, or would it be 6?
It was 2015.
Leading, is that the sustained rephrase?
Well, how old would he have been?
He was 8.
And in general, did you see, or were you able to tell how often he was, there was any kind of intervention for that, or how often he met that licensed clinical social worker?
That's what I want to know too.
Sorry.
Okay.
I was looking.
Was it more than
Okay.
a handful of times?
I'm wrong. It was, yes. Okay. I'm with you. We're talking about Kathleen Martin.
Right.
Yes. And I have in my records, September to November of 2015 when he would have been 8 in 2nd grade.
So a 3-month period?
If that, I could only find 3 sessions, the intake and then a couple of those, a couple others.
And in reviewing of the records that were made available to you, is she the only practitioner that found that oppositional defiant disorder?
Susan Martin in the same year, a counselor also who saw him, very limited notes from her as well, but she had ODD as a diagnosis or possibility.
And would that not reflect later on? Was that reflected in the findings of the other people he saw, like in 2018 and 2019? Which would be like Dr. Reinbacher?
Yeah, he focused more on the ADHD. I believe ODD may have surfaced.
Now, or was he, take a look, was he just reactive attachment disorder and ADHD?
Yes.
Now, is there a treatment for oppositional defiant disorder if it in fact is accurate?
Yes.
Does it involve locking a child in a room?
No.
Does it involve isolation or confinement of a child?
No.
Would it be just therapy and medicine?
Yes.
Now, is there any indication that that was pursued for Ronan beyond those 3 appointments that you told us about?
No, and that's what I could never sort of find a reason in these couple therapists he went to as to why it just stopped after 1 or 2 or 3 sessions. There was no sort of explanation. It just stopped.
Now, we also discussed with defense that there was diagnoses at some point in his history for ADHD. Is ever it's confining a child a treatment for that?
No.
Now, we talked about what Dr. Reichenbacher found between 2000 and the end of 2018 and the beginning of 2019. About how old was Ronan at that point?
He would have been 11 at that time.
And even then, with the reactive attachment disorder and the ADHD, is it a treatment for a reactive attachment disorder to confine a child for long periods of time?
No.
And in Dr. Reinbacher's records, is there a reflection or a consideration about whether or not Ronan is experiencing aggression.
You're saying, does it address that?
Yeah, does it address whether or not that is a symptom that is he is struggling with?
Well, January, it says, of 2019, it says he's doing better with not getting angry, and he's been apologizing. And then in May, it says he's not having severe aggression, and that he's having adequate behavior at school. And that's in May of 2019.
And is that, based on the records that you reviewed, the last professional intervention with a psychiatrist, psychologist, or a clinical social worker in 2019?
Yes, that's it.
In total, about how many times did he even see Dr. Reichenbach?
A handful of times, 4 or 5, maybe 6, something like that.
Now, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. You said four, 5, or 6 times?
4 or 5, maybe 6.
Now, you mentioned that you had some disagreements about, or maybe some questions about the diagnoses that Dr. Reichenberger came to. Is it important for a psychiatrist when making a differential diagnosis to know something like the conditions in which the child is living?
It's extremely important, yes. I mean, is the child being abused? Is the child being neglected? Is the child in solitary confinement? And around the end of the time that Dr. Reichenbacher was seeing him, that was occurring, and there's nowhere in the notes he had any idea of that.
Would that be important information that would influence an expert making an opinion about the cause of some type of behavior by a child?
No, absolutely. That would be a huge influence on your assessment of why the child's having problems at school.
I want to talk for a second about some of the school misbehaviors that the defense went into. You talked about behaviors that started occurring in a cluster in February of 2019. Does that coincide with when he starts to be confined in a room in a garage in Arizona?
Yes, it does.
And can that type of treatment impact his behavior?
I believe it would have had a huge impact on his behavior, yes.
Now, when we talk about like the correspondence for these types of behavioral problems, are you also seeing very minor infractions committed behaviorally?
Yes.
Things like bad language?
Yes.
Stealing a piece of candy?
Yes.
Now, are those, even with the acts of a mutual combat with another child, getting into a fight with another child, are those the level of behavioral issues that you would expect with a child that has a severe conduct or attachment disorder?
Well, he doesn't have a conduct disorder per se. I mean, that's a diagnosis. I would say he has conduct disorder. Okay. I don't think you mean that.
What do you think I mean? What do I mean? Tell me.
You mean a behavioral?
Yes, it's someone who has a behavioral problem that is clinically severe. Would you expect to see a higher level of behavioral problems in their life?
Well, yeah, you would. Even with a child with reactive attachment disorder, they're going to, or symptoms of it, they're going to have some delay and maybe not, they're not going to be so great at their psychosocial skills, their social skills, so they can more likely to get into conflicts or be teased by other kids.
As far as like the level of adverse behaviors that Ronan is experiencing is indicating, would you consider these to be severe behaviors that, based on the records from the school?
No, not at all. One of the most telling things is he never even got suspended. So often in my own practice, for instance, I'll see kids that age, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15. If they get into a fight, they get suspended. It's sort of like the intent of the child and how severe is it. And so he's never once been suspended, which really tells you that nothing really rose to a particularly severe level of aggression.
That fist fight that we read that email about, did both children get punished?
They did, yes.
Now, did you see in the review of the records, was there any indication that at any point Ronan had an IEP or any kind of individual educational plan to address behavioral issues at the school?
No, I didn't I didn't see that, no.
Was there an indication that the school was told that he didn't have behavioral issues in some cases?
That he did or didn't?
Did not.
Yes, there were.
Tell us about that.
Oh, there were?
There's some notes from the school that say that in general, Ronan's been doing fine this year, and there hasn't been any problems. And then the other thing is, when I had mentioned how many days of school he's been in the 5 years up to being put in the box, we're really talking about hundreds and hundreds of days at school, and yet we only have these isolated handful of events, whatever it is, 10 or 15, based on the email. So really, you're talking about a boy who's getting in trouble not very frequently at all when you look at 180 school days a year.
Now, when we're talking about the communication that the defendants had with the child's school indicating that they were notified of the punishment and they were going to address it, is there any indication that the defendants notified the school that the way that they were going to address it was to confine the child in a room in their garage?
No.
Did they ever inform the school of the living situation of which they were subjecting the child to?
No.
Now, you also talked briefly about a report by another licensed clinical social worker, Kenny Miller. In reviewing his report, was there a bias in his report that you perceived?
I need you to approach.
All right, pretty much coming down to the end of the day. Coming down. So, prosecution cleaned up really nice too. I mean, compared to what the defense just did with all this, she did a good job. So far, I don't think it's looking good for them. I don't think he's gonna get like 30 years though, or something like that, or 40. It might be too early to take a gamble. I'd say like. I mean, I really have to see what the defense says. I'd roll like 5-10 years, maybe. I don't know. Maybe. Imagine he's found not guilty. His charges, so I believe it's aggravated child, I think false imprisonment.
Objection sustained. Rephrase the question, Ms. Coakley.
The report of the social worker, Kenny Miller, did you take into consideration the timing of when it was issued?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I did.
When was it issued?
After the Ferriters were arrested.
And was it based in large part on their representations to Mr. Miller?
It was, yes.
And so did that have an impact on how much you weighed his conclusions?
It did, yes, because I didn't see that he had any exposure or access to all the other information in this case that would have, I think, improved his ability to understand what exactly was going on with Ronan and the parenting.
Now, lastly, the defense asked you about your ability as a psychiatrist to opine that something is malicious. Is it in your realm of expertise to make a clinical assessment of parents' behaviors, especially in the cases of abuse?
Oh, yes. I mean, commonly.
Is that something that psychiatrists, medical doctors like yourself, especially forensic psychiatrists, commonly do?
Yes.
And based on all your training and experience and also the active literature, are you able to, as a psychiatrist, to opine that this conduct was malicious and harmful?
Yes, and those physical abuse or psychological abuse, emotional abuse, neglect, those are actually diagnostic categories in the DSM.
That
we need to put those in the record when we believe that they're occurring, so we have an accurate representation in the medical record of what we have opined about the patient.
You believe that was occurring here?
I believe what?
Do you believe that was occurring here, abuse and neglect?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have.
All right, sir, that concludes your testimony.
I'm sorry. May I request a brief recross of something that
Approach.
He wants to do a recross. I agree with the numbers, you guys, especially people that with the lower numbers. Like Chef Lady said, 3 to 5 with good behavior out. He'll be out in 10 months. Carly said 5-year sentence, 5 years probation. People are saying Harry said 5 years. Got the memo says 25 years minimum. I don't think, especially with, like I said in the chat, with Ronan's testimony and stuff, that like he felt like, and again, you could argue Stockholm, but that he said that it wasn't like an intentional thing. They did wrong, but it, like he said, kind of like they made bad choices and he wants people to forgive them. I feel like they're going to get this guy easily on false imprisonment and child neglect. I think the aggravated child stuff, even though I agree, lock him up.
Recross is denied. That concludes your testimony, sir.
Denied.
You may step down. Thank you for being here. You have one more witness. It's going to be very quick. Ms. Coakley. All right, call your next witness.
Yeah, for L. Arnold said, Law School 101, you so pine 50 times a day. Oh, thank you so much, Jacqueline, for the super chat. Says, thanks for another case, Mel. We all love you and appreciate you covering the cases. No problem. Thank you. In the neighborhood, I'm going to get you in a second, too. 21 months. Thank you, man. Defense going to throw their back out with all this reaching. Hope they send Tim a chiropractor bill. That was, I think that was the worst they've done so far with the last witness. Especially with that last one. Like that last one, I could tell like it was a reach, that golden standard thing. And the doc snapped back a couple times. Not like in a disrespectful way, but he popped back with some of his answers. They need a Hail Mary, I think. Maybe. Ronan with his testimony actually helped, I think.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I swear.
I think.
All right, Ms. Coakley, you may begin.
Detective Lowe, can you just introduce yourself quickly?
Yes, I'm Christopher Lowe, agent with the Jupiter Police Department, and my role there is a digital forensic agent.
We met you yesterday and talked to you a lot. Did you make further exhibits for the court as it relates to some of the ring video?
I did.
Yesterday, we entered in a few videos related to the rocks and the shells. Did you expand that time period to include those videos that are already admitted, but also the surrounding time frame of that?
Yes.
That is what contains on these USB drives?
Correct.
Are they a true and accurate depiction of the videos that you retrieved from Ring as a result of the lawful search warrant in this case?
They are.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move them in as...
Your next number is 20 and 21.
I'll do them, yes.
You've got two. Is it 20 and 21?
Yes, sir.
Any objection? All right, court receives and accepts States Exhibit 20 and 21 in evidence without objection.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
All right, any cross?
No, Your Honor.
All right, sir, that concludes your testimony. You may step down. Thank you for being here again. And
Yes,
you're
sir,
not
for
excused from all proceedings yet, as you know.
Yeah, I hope
All
we get
right,
to see
so,
Ruby.
ladies and
Child.
gentlemen, we're late in the day now, so we're going to go ahead and break. We're still in the state's portion of the case that will continue tomorrow. As I advised you this morning, because of my expectation that we are behind schedule, we're going to try to squeeze as much out of the days going forward as possible so we can get this trial concluded. Which means for tomorrow, your schedule is going to be different than it was today. I'm shooting for an 8:30 sharp start time for the trial. I've cleared my morning docket, so everything is put in place so that 8:30 should not be a problem. You need to check in with the jury office no later than 8 o'clock and meet my deputy at the elevators by quarter after, so he can get you into the jury room, you can get settled, and then we'll shoot for the 8:30 start time. Remember, during the break, don't discuss the case with each other or anyone else. Do any kind of research. And again, I know at the risk of stating the obvious at this point, make sure you do everything possible to avoid any inadvertent media exposure. Because I don't know that I asked you that. I think I did ask you that this morning. I'm trying to ask it every morning. I will ask you that again tomorrow to make sure that no one has been exposed inadvertently to any media exposure. So with that, same instruction, go home, rest, relax, have a good dinner, and I'll see you tomorrow morning. All right, everyone may be seated. So before I let you folks go, you can be seated. Where are we with the state's case at this point? How much more video do you anticipate publishing? So the state's case will take the better part, or maybe it sounds like the entirety of the morning, so we should anticipate starting the defense case probably shortly after lunch. Is that a fair estimate? Ms. Black's rolling her eyes, so I'm thinking that may mean that I'm off on my estimate.
I just have to get my marriage license at 1:30
Well, we can't allow that. We can work the schedule. That's within the courthouse here, right? Yeah, we can work the schedule out. If the video recording is 4 hours, if that's what you anticipate publishing, that's going to take us with breaks and stuff. We're going to be to 12:30 or 1 anyway, and maybe we break late for lunch and make it from 1 to 2. But in any event, the anticipation is to start the defense case tomorrow sometime in the afternoon, which based on the timing and chronology of things at this point, we are assured of going into Tuesday. And then I'll make a decision tomorrow of whether it's going to be Tuesday, Thursday, or Tuesday, Wednesday of next week. I will tell you the odds are it's going to be Tuesday, Thursday. I still need to address the one issue with the juror tomorrow morning with respect to the flight arrangements. And depending on what her situation is, apparently she's asking now. So what is she asking for? Whether she can be reimbursed or she can't be reimbursed. I've already done the background work on that. So she has it would be $140 per ticket, so $280 cancellation fee. I'm inclined not to force her to have to cancel, so I would give consideration to starting it on Wednesday, and that's gonna require significant changes on my part with the schedule next week. But I'll make that decision tomorrow. I'm not prepared to tell her what I'm going to do today. Okay. All right. Anything else I need to address before we break for today? Tomorrow will be a long day. My plan is to go from 8:30 to 6. Although I'll be guided somewhat by what you tell me, Ms. Murad, and you, Mr. Waheed, as to where you are. You know you're going to get all day Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday, one of those days. So if it makes sense to break at 5, you tell me. And as long as we're not pushing it into another day other than Tuesday or Wednesday.
Judge, I would ask to break at 5 tomorrow. So I have 3 witnesses that are civilians I can put on tomorrow, 2 of which are by Zoom. I don't think they will be that long.
Okay.
We have our own videos that we need to play. In light of how long the state's videos are taking, I'm inclined to limit my publishing and do it during closing, just so that they don't have to, I'll be going so close to the closing argument, I'm not going to watch it twice.
Right.
But I need Agent Flo, and it's better for him to come on Tuesday.
I mean, I've already let her know. I will stipulate that the videos are authentic. I may have some of that if they're from the ring search warrant. I may have some objections to their admissibility otherwise, but I'm not going to require her to authenticate them through Agent Lowe.
Is that the only reason you would need Agent Lowe is for the authentication?
We do have to establish some stuff for a possible lost evidence instruction, but that would be very, very short. So,
All right. So you do what you have to do. If you're trying to establish that, I don't know how I'm assuming the state wouldn't stipulate to that, right?
No, there's like a lot of things.
Okay. All right. Well, if you want to break at 5, I don't think I have a real problem, given the fact that we're not going to finish tomorrow under any stretch of the imagination. Yeah, I'll let you know tomorrow as to the moving parts here in terms of the schedule. The one juror doesn't return until Tuesday night, so I have to make a decision whether I bust the jury in terms of knocking. She's in the number 5 spot and bringing in the alternate or to keep it intact. My strong preference would be to try to keep it intact and start Wednesday, but I have to make a decision whether that's the most efficient use of resources and time and their time at this point. So I'll give that some consideration tonight and make a decision tomorrow.
And Your Honor, just so we can address one thing quickly, the state is going to renew our.
All right, speak into the microphone. I don't want another call from recording.
Once we get to the defense case, the state would be inclined, we would want to renew our objection to Kellen McCoy, which is the teacher, as being cumulative. They did ask about that she's the one that testifies that she works at Immaculate Heart, where Ronan went into the classroom and embarrassed his sister. They did ask Ronan about that on the stand. He did admit that happened. That's not an issue in dispute. And so it would be cumulative at this point, being cumulative bad character evidence to call a witness just to reiterate the same thing.
Okay. All right. So I'll address that when it comes up. Do you have something you need to add, Mr. Wade?
Yes. So this is more on scheduling, really. If I heard right, the court said Tuesday or Thursday.
Yeah,
or Tuesday and Thursday. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's all in flux because I've got to make a decision what I do with juror number 5 because. If I decide to do everything possible to keep her in the original panel, that means we would have to start Wednesday instead of Tuesday. And I might do that. But
It would be the state's preference if possible.
Start Tuesday? Or
No, to start Wednesday.
That's kind of the way I'm leaning, only because I know the thought and consideration that goes into both sides' decisions with respect to the original panel of 6. I assume that probably would that be your preference as well?
No, honestly, and part of the reason is because obviously it's delays is one of the issues, and I think there's 3 alternates. So I'll be honest with you, I don't.
You don't have a position strongly one way or the other?
At the moment, I would rather keep it moving than that. And one of the reasons, Judge, is I actually have on the 12th, which is Thursday next week, a whole day of death penalty oral arguments set. So that's just something that is looming for me.
Well, I don't even want to tell you the amount of rescheduling I'm going to have to do as well. So I'll make a decision tomorrow, and so I give them clarity as to what's going to happen. So it's the last thing, near and dear to everyone's heart, jury instructions. I don't think I need jury instructions until whatever first day we start back next week. So just keep that in mind. Anything else? Likely we'll, we'll get that tomorrow. That'll be done before we start the defense case. Okay. All right, good. I'll see everybody tomorrow for an 8:30 sharp start time. Thank you. Court is in recess.
What a confusing mess. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe boot the juror, throw over the ship, and keep it moving. We got to keep this boat moving because they look like they're on a really tight schedule. This guy has something on Thursday, a full day of death penalty, whatever, oral, whatever. So he's already what they say Thursday. He's already booked that. Didn't he just get this kind of moving? Boot the juror and keep everything together as soon as possible to get it done. So okay, we will be back tomorrow morning, 8:30 in the morning. Tomorrow might be running to 6, maybe 5, I don't know, whatever time they decide. Today is tomorrow's Friday. Monday there's no court, so we'll not be here Monday. We can relax. Over the weekend I'd like to come by and cover the pretrial at some point. And we'll just cover stuff in between. I already set up the stream for tomorrow morning. So that's already set up, 8:30 a.m. I'll redirect you guys after this. Make sure you guys check out my Discord. It is free. Okay, you get all the notifications there, a place to hang out. Also, you can check out the Discord. Out of here. Everything's gone. I don't think it's looking good for these people. I don't know. And they need to bring that teacher. Bring the teacher. Bring the teacher. I want to hear what the teacher has to say. Bring her in, interrogate her, everything. Also check out the As the Gavel Drops. As the Gavel Drops. And the backup channel. I feel like I'm already done for today. I had all these plans like, yeah, I'm going to clip stuff from the lot. Oh, the other thing I was going to talk to you guys about. So we're going to sit here tomorrow for 4 hours for white noise? Are we going to do that tomorrow? I don't know what you want to do. Do we do that tomorrow? Should we just pop in and just do it, I guess? Or should we start later? I don't know. I mean, I guess for consistency, maybe we'll just come. But today was like 2 hours and it was kind of brutal. Tomorrow's 4 hours. A video that we can't watch. Yes, more video. 4 hours of video. We might be able to hear some of it. I'm down. No, people say yes, people say no. 4 hour video is pretty awful. Bad audio, no video. Yeah, I know. So I'll just show up. I'll show up. I mean, if I have to take a little, I'll leave it running. You know, if I have to take a little break to walk, stretch my legs, or go get breakfast or something, and whatever. Since we're starting earlier tomorrow, we'll just do it, I guess.
Your Honor, this date range here is particularly.
Take care, Maya. Unwind, reboot. You earned it. Yeah, I'm gonna get out of here. But like, now I gotta figure out dinner for the baby, homework, blah blah blah. And also, I was supposed to do stuff to the computer. And I want another lemon tree, I think, and groceries. Diamond, no problem. I'm gonna right now. What I'm gonna do before I get too comfy, I'm just gonna put the timestamps. I'm gonna put the timestamps for this stream and the other ones real quick. Manhunt in OKC. Manhunt. Man on the run. Manhunt. Let me see. I'm not gonna do anything right now, but if it turns out to be big, I'll check it out later. Broadcast by. I see nothing. All right, I guess we'll see. So I'm gonna transfer you guys to the other stream. Thank you guys so much. I'll see you in the morning, 8:30. Oh, of course, Tina, no problem. See you guys tomorrow. Love you. Or maybe tonight if there's a chase or whatever. And subscribe to the backup channel. Okay? Subscribe. Subscribe. Let's get monetized over there. Boom.